I see 5 o'clock, so let's call the meeting to order, the regular board meeting, the Nampa School District, call to order, and we'll start off. Trustee Taylor will join us in a few minutes, but we'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you wouldn't mind, please. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And we'll welcome all the guests, either if they're not here or will be here, we will welcome all the guests. And then we'll start, we'll go next into our mission and vision. So the mission of the school district
is to ensure high levels of achievement for every student.
And the vision is every student is fully engaged in extraordinary learning experiences, preparing for a successful transition to the next stage of life. Okay, the next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda items. Any changes that need to be made or? Okay.
Motion moved.
Moved
Second.
and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next item is executive session.
Chair, I move that we move into executive session per Idaho Code 74-2061B, C, D, F, and J. B, to consider the evaluation, dismissal, or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent or public school student. C, to acquire an interest in real property which is not owned by a public agency. D, to consider records that are exempt from disclosure as provided in Chapter 1, Title 74 of Idaho Code. F, to communicate with legal counsel for the public agency to discuss the legal ramifications of legal options for pending litigation or controversies not yet litigated, but imminently likely to be litigated. The mere presence of legal counsel at an executive session does not satisfy this requirement. J, to consider labor contract matters authorized under Section 74-2061A and B of Idaho Code.
Okay, it's been moved
Second.
and seconded. Roll call.
Chair Kirkman,
Aye.
Trustee Jennings,
Aye.
Trustee Benz,
Aye.
Trustee Behrens.
Aye.
Okay, we'll move into executive session. We'll be back for regular session at 6. Session, and we will jump right into and welcome. We welcomed guests before, but nobody was here, so I'll welcome all the guests who showed up while we were gone. Appreciate you all being here. We'll go into our next item on the agenda, which is the spotlight. Dr. Russell.
Chair Kirkman, trustees, tonight we have the privilege to have Ms. Randolph come and share a little bit about our prep program. I'm going to have Ms. Randolph come up and kind of talk a little bit about that. We typically have a prep graduation every year. This year we had one student, I understand, that did graduate, but did not want to have kind of that program. And so we thought we would highlight our prep program tonight and just share a little bit about what we do at prep and how these great ladies work with some of our kids.
Thank you, Dr. Russell.
Ooh,
Do I need to stand here, I guess?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm Jennifer Randolph, and I'm the lead teacher and program director for the prep program. And this is my trusty assistant and also best friend, Mindy Gray. So we met in prep, and we've worked together for 14 years now. We spend more time together than we do with our own families at this point. So, but we are privileged enough to teach the prep program, which is the 18 to 21 special ed program for the Nampa School District. It is unique to our district from what we understand, because we select individual students from across our district that we feel have potential for more independence and job skills out in the environment. So when they graduate at 18 from high school, they can come to us until age 21. And we teach them vocational skills, life skills, and social skills in a natural environment. So we take them out into the community. This year, we are lucky enough, the Nampa School District built us an apartment over at Nampa High. So there is an apartment that they are learning to do daily life skills. So they're required to clean it, to do laundry. They wear uniforms. They have to make sure their uniforms are clean before we go to a job site. And so it's really teaching them those real life skills. For example, if they accidentally lock the bathroom door, we don't call a janitor and have them come and unlock the door. We're going to teach them how to take the knob off and how to get into that bathroom, because that's a real life skill. So Mindy is going to give you some things that our students have put together for you. One of the things we do is we have about 17 jobs in our community that we go to. We partner with Stinker, Extra Mile, Chatterbox, NNU. We serve in their cafeteria in the decks. We work over here at Nampa High. We run, or at Nampa School District. We run the print shop for the district. We have a variety of jobs, but some of our jobs are also in-house. We have a car detailing business where we detail a ton of cars every year. As Mrs. Behrens know, she was one of our best customers every year. We make what you have in your bag, which is a fire starter. Since we run the print shop for the district, what we noticed is we have some mistakes that students make, and we didn't want to throw that paper away. So we had them do some research, and they determined that we could make these fire starters with the paper if we shred it, and then we take crayons that are left from elementary schools and melt those down, and dryer lint from when we're doing all the laundry from the CTE. Programs, and then we make these fire starters, which are awesome if you go camping. I used plenty of them this weekend when I was camping. We also have a greeting card business, and so we sell those by the bundles, and they're hilarious. You just never know what you're going to get. We have a sewing shop, so we make a lot of memory quilts and memory blankets for graduating seniors, for people like Mr. Keefe, whose son's playing baseball and want to put all his jerseys into a blanket. So we do a lot of that. We have, like I said, about 17 different either businesses we go to or businesses that we run out of prep. That generates money, and then we teach the kids how to budget that money and do a ledger and spending. And so when we go out on like Thursdays to do an activity, they have to figure out how much that costs. Do they have the money? What are they going to do if another student in class has spent too much money at the vending machine? Are they going to pony up and give that student some money so they can go with us? Or are we going to tell them that they have to stay home? Because that's real life, right? I mean, I have to, if Mindy wants to go somewhere and doesn't have money, I have to decide, am I going to pay for her, or am I going to tell her, sorry, we'll do it a different time? So we try to make it as real life as we can. We, in the past, have given them bills that they have to pay. If they don't pay it and forget to pay the electricity bill, then we have no electricity in the classroom for the day, and they have to experience that, or no water, so we're not flushing toilets. We really try to make it as real world as we can. And then hopefully at age 21, we've set them up with the job skills and the life skills that they can go out and get a job. We have students right now that we've helped get employed at Extra Mile. One of them is actually working for an agency that takes care of individuals with disabilities. We've had some at the rec center, Zupas, Ross, so quite a few. So that is our goal, is to make sure that they're employable. And if they choose to live on their own or with a roommate, they're able to do so. So we appreciate the school district. If you see that, we just went to the prom as a class and had an awesome time. So that was a fun experience. Most of our students have never gotten to do those things when they were in high school. So we want to make sure that they have every experience that school has to offer by the time they leave us at 21. So that is it in a 5-minute nutshell, because we don't have very much time to tell you, but we welcome you to come to our classroom anytime. In your stuff, besides the fire starters, we have also given you a certificate for a free car detail. So if you want to call and schedule next fall, please don't do it this last week of school, but next fall for us to detail your car, we would love to do that. We are expanding our program and adding an additional 5 students on top of what we usually do. So we should have plenty of hands to do plenty of work this next year. So please come and see us anytime you want.
Very cool.
Any questions?
No, I'm a little overwhelmed.
I know,
Trustees,
sorry, it was a lot in a really short period of time.
No.
When Mr. LeBou said 5 minutes, I was like,
No, I was just thinking how I could send my kids to the program so they could learn how to deal with electricity.
Yes.
And how do they,
yes,
Yeah,
we always
this
say
is
that. We want to
fantastic.
teach them everything we wish someone would have
Yeah.
taught our kids
exactly.
before they graduated from high school.
Trustee
So,
Benz?
So you said that you have students who you've helped find job opportunities
Correct.
afterwards. Is that part of the program? Like let's build a resume, let's get you in
Yes,
contact
correct.
with
Uh-huh.
these.
Mhm.
Okay.
Resume building. We practice job interviews. We always have them list us as their references. We get letters of recommendation. So when they leave, they have a whole portfolio of information to take to a job. We help them fill out online job applications and all of those things. And actually that extends to all students at Nampa High now. We've kind of gotten this reputation where we have about 20 students a day that come in that are not our students, who ask for help, like filling out job applications, or I want to cook this. How do I do it? What do I need to buy for this? How do I figure out how much I need to do this? So yeah, we have a lot. And if you haven't heard, we have a little wiener dog that is our classroom pet. His name is Willie the Wiener. And he comes to school with us, and he is the unofficial mascot at Nampa High, but also of our program. Yes.
Very good.
And how many students do you have participating in the program?
This year we had 10. We've always capped at 8, mostly because most job sites don't want more than about 4 people maximum. That way Mindy can take 4 to one site, I can take 4 to another. This year we went up to 10, and that's a little bit more difficult. And this next year we're going up to 15. So we will see what that looks like. And it kind of just depends. If we're thinking some will have to stay back in the classroom while some go to a job site, and we'll just break it up differently. But we want to make sure more students get the opportunity as long as we can afford. We are self-sustaining program. So Mindy and my salaries come from the district, but the rest of the things that we need for our program, we generate within ourselves. So
Very cool.
These
get-
fire starters are great, by the way.
Don't try 'em now.
They're fantastic.
I know Mrs. Taylor plays our cards every year too.
I know, I'm only crying. You guys just do, I don't know why I'm crying. I'm crying because
It's amazing.
you guys do exceptional work, and I just feel really blessed
thank you.
that you're in our district. But I've gotten to see, my kids have not been at the district for like the high school part for 10 years, but I don't even know why I'm crying so hard. You guys just do such a fantastic and exceptional job
Thank you.
with the program, and I just watch how much of yourselves that you pour into it. And Everybody loves my Christmas cards, okay? I send hundreds of your guys' cards out every year, and every year people are like, what are we getting? And they're hilarious, by the way.
Oh, yes.
Like when it's the cat, this fat cat wishes you a Merry Christmas.
Yes.
Who wouldn't want that card?
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
I just, you guys just, you two,
Thank you.
such, and multifaceted, right? Like, it's just incredible what you guys do and what you teach, but it's also just the love and the time and the effort that I want you guys pour into it.
Well,
So
thank
sorry,
you.
I think it's just because
No,
I know
They're
what you
definitely
do with
all our
prep.
kids.
Yeah, you guys do. And it's just, I'm not surprised you guys are best friends because it's just your heart for these kids in this community. It's, sorry.
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
know, I'm
Thank
just
you.
here
We
bawling, but
appreciate
yeah.
that acknowledgement because
Yeah.
sometimes we're lost in our own world,
Yeah,
you
but
know?
you guys just do so good.
So, yes.
Do you
thank
get-
Like we are the lucky ones.
Yeah.
you know?
Most definitely. Do you get a lot of donations from the community?
We do. So we write a lot of grants, a lot
Okay.
of donors choose grants. This year, we're lucky enough, we got a CAP Ed grant. We also got an Idaho lottery grant. So
Very
we
good.
do that. And then we do Scratch for Schools with the Idaho lottery as well. And then we kind of have this reputation where people know we sew. And so we get a lot of things when people's grandparents are passing away and
Yeah.
they donate all the sewing supplies and different things, but we're always looking for more.
Good, good, good.
Yes.
And you'll make very good use.
Yeah,
We will make very good
absolutely.
use
Yeah.
of it. Absolutely. So
Yeah, this district
Wonderful.
is very blessed to have you,
thank you. Thank you.
Trustees, any other questions?
besides my bowling.
No, that's-
Sorry.
Awesome.
that's a-
Thank you for having us.
Thank you
Thank
so
you for
much
coming.
All right, trustees, we'll move into the comment section of our agenda. So we will start with trustee comments. And we'll start down at this end with trustee Benz. Any comments?
Well, I just feel incredibly fortunate to have been able to witness all three of the main high school graduations. I did not make it to all of the high school graduations, but the three main ones I was able to attend. And we have a lot of students who have a lot of really fabulous accolades behind their names, whether it's CTE, diplomas or high honors or STEM diplomas. It just was really, really great. It warmed my heart to see all those fabulous people doing all those fabulous things. So
I would
Trustee Benz?
tack on to that, the three graduations were great. I also got to attend Gateways, which was nice, and tour their facility. But each high school has they're just unique in the way they do their graduation, and they were fun to be a part of, every one of them. So it was good week last week.
Yeah, as far as graduations go, what caught my eye was at each of them, when they said high honors or the honors stand up, it was like the first 4 rows.
Yeah, yeah.
It just kind of surprised me how, I don't know why it surprised me, but it was just great to see that many students that were achieving those high honors. So I love it. It's like I've always said, this is the best part of this job, is being able to see those kids walk across the stage.
Yeah, I got to attend, I did Nampa, I did Nova instead of Skyview, and then I got to do Columbia. I want to take it a step further and saying I also attended some graduations for other districts this year. And I just want to shout out not only how unique and individualized our high schools make our graduations for their class or their graduating class, but also just how we allow our kids to express their unique individualism. I don't think that that's something that's seen at every graduation. I really felt that was a testament to our district, that we are helping kids celebrate who they want to become. I was really proud of that showing. I also was very proud of how much time and attention our schools put into just the decor and the ambiance, because it's a very important day. And again, that's something very unique to our district that I think sometimes can get overlooked. And then I also loved at Nova, and I think we know all the time that Nova gives options, gives more choice. And I think that sometimes that we forget that the boards before us were really big on choice, But watching that Nova graduation, it really just was a testament to the fact that we give so many options and opportunities for kids to actually graduate, get a diploma, and move on. So I was really impressed with that. I also loved the way that they were able to make Nova a little bit more intimate. So I love the way that our administrative teams just differentiate their graduation. So I was really impressed with Nampa all through graduation. And then again, just one more time, I just want to shout out prep. It's just a testament to the different programs that we have in our district that are often, not known, but really have a huge communal impact. It's just incredible what can happen inside of the school district that impacts our community for decades. So that's it.
I don't know what I can add to this. You guys did such a good job, but I was able to attend Nampa High and also Gateways with Trustee Barons, and man, that was cool to see them working in their new facility over there, and everyone seems to be enjoying it, and I think it's a pretty good fit. So I'm grateful we had that for them and we were able to provide them with that school. And congratulations to all the graduates.
Yes, congratulations, grads.
Okay, and we'll move into the public section comment, and our clerk will grab a sign-up sheet. As she's doing that, let me just kind of explain how public comments goes. So anyone can come up and speak. Well, we'd like you to sign up so we have that on record. If you haven't signed up, we'll give you an opportunity later. But when you come to the podium, would you please state your name and your address or what zone you're in, if you know that, just so that we have that for the record, because this is public record. You pull the mic down, make sure you speak clearly into it. You'll have 3 minutes. We'll have that posted up here on the screen. You have 3 minutes. And what we've always done since I've been on the board is that you can speak to anything you would like to speak about. Anything on the agenda, anything that's not on the agenda. This is your opportunity to address the board. So the first one that is signed up on here is Shonda Salazar. Did I say that right? And I apologize because
Salazar.
Sean.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And this is my best friend / moral support, Aiden Brown. And I'm from the Nampa district, talking about extending passing period time to just 5 minutes. I heard that they're going to just make the classes an hour and 3 minutes long. And I was thinking that we could just take that 3 minutes, make classes an hour, and just take that 3 minutes, putting it into passing period, because I see a lot of kids are late from like transfer buses. They only have like 10 minutes to get on the bus to the other school. And then I see all the time just transfer kids are always late. And I just feel like it would benefit also, like, you can't really go to the bathroom during passing period. You kind of just have to rush because we only have 4 minutes to get from each class. And going from, like, say, our 100 building to our gym really isn't like ideal. I'm usually late to that class. I have art, which is kind of across the campus. And Sam, if you're going from like the 100 building to the like the auto body building, it's a long walk, and it's kind of makes me late sometimes, but it's all right. But that was just my topic of discussion.
Perfect.
That's great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing that issue to our attention.
Of course.
Yeah.
Any questions? Or
Nope.
all right. Thank you for letting me
You're
speak.
welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But
Thank
before
you.
I call the next person, what I would like to explain, though, is that if you noticed, Dr. Russell, our superintendent, is furiously making notes over here. So what you're saying, we listen to, he's taking notes because he can address some of those, possibly address some of those, have discussion with his staff too. So I really appreciate the comment about the passing period. That's something that we never would have thought about.
Yeah,
But I know that Dr. Russell has taken notes. So, all right, the next one on the is Brinley Solaris. I'm sorry. We must not give them a very good pen out there where they could write, because I see it skip. And Brinley, you were, go ahead.
Hello, board members, fellow students, and parents. My name is Brinley Squires, and today I would like to be addressing the combination of Skyview, Columbia, and Nampa's orchestras. The first problem with this idea that is proposed is the transferring. You have to leave your class 10 minutes early and you often arrive at your class late. For orchestra, you have to tune your instrument, you have to set up your instrument, and you also have to put away your instrument. This time taking only gives you about half of the time you can for rehearsal. For transferring as well, parents might often not allow their student to transfer because it might be dangerous, or they just don't really like the idea of students spending a lot of time on that bus. For transferring, there are a lot of special ed students in our orchestra program, and if we did have to transfer, that would be hard for special ed students, and I do have experience with this. My brother, he is autistic and he has ADHD, and his freshman year, he did have to transfer to Nampa or Columbia, and he did miss a lot of classes because he missed that bus. A lot of people think that combining all the classes together and having a big orchestra is a good thing, but that is only a good thing for advanced players. And students who are beginners that are joining orchestra need one-on-one time with the teacher so they can get the extra attention they need. This year we had a student join and she was very beginner. She hadn't played an instrument before. She played the violin, and our teacher helped her learn the whole thing throughout the year. This could not be a possibility if we did combine all the orchestras. In the email sent out, you mentioned that there weren't enough course requests, but that does not include 7th and 6th graders. 7th and 6th graders could also sign up more for this class. The numbers could just as well increase as decrease. Combining all the classes takes away time, support, and future opportunities. Orchestra means a lot to us, and we just want to keep doing what we love, and we just want our orchestra program. Thank you so much for listening.
Thanks.
Any questions?
No, thank you, Brinley.
Thank you.
I did try to find you after the graduation on
Yeah.
Skyview. Right.
Can I get your grade?
Oh, I'm in 9th grade.
Thank you.
I'm a freshman.
All right. And if I do want to explain also, I try to be fair to anyone who wants to come up and speak, but I will give deference to students who come up and speak if they happen to go over the time just a little bit, because I think it's awesome that students come up here and speak to the board. So, Kaylin Legg.
He's like really crushing these names, right? Like you're like
I even
just
put my
murdering.
glasses on this time.
This is like 3 for 3, man.
I'm so sorry.
My name is Keelan Legg. I'm from Zone 5, I think. I don't know exactly, but I'm from Skyview High School, and I'm a part of the Skyview High School Orchestra Council. Both Columbia High School and Skyview High School. Oh, I forgot to address what I was talking about, the consolidation of orchestra. We all have concerns, both the council and just the orchestra in general, and there are a couple of specific, more deeper issues that I'd like to address, such as like how it affects other programs. And one of those programs is something else I'm involved in, which is SOAR. SOAR is Skyview Orchestra of Rock, and we are very invested in the community. And performing in public is also good experiences for students to be out there and have experience performing in front of strangers. It could help with encounters in the future jobs, that kind of thing. And we've been a huge part of the farmers market and other, gig locations. We've done Stella's. And without this, those families who look forward to seeing us every year will not be able to see us because we will not have a teacher to monitor us if we were to go back to being a club. So that's not a possibility. So SOAR would be completely nixed if we were to consolidate the orchestras. Something else I'd like to mention is some impacts that orchestra has positively on mental health and academics. Some studies shown by Joseph Giunta on orchestral music and performing show that it can reduce stress, enhance your mood, improve your sleep, and enhance cognitive function. Now, under that branch of cognitive function, it can aid memory, concentration, and creativity. And this is all called the Mozart effect. And this effect has a positive effect on both our mental health and academics. It helps behaviors, and just throughout the day, it helps us get through our day. So I guess the question I have is, why are we weakening our program when we could be coming together as a community to come up with a different solution? Thank you. Do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Can you give me your grade level?
Yeah, grade level.
I'm in 10th grade.
Thank you. All right, I've been practicing this next one. Sienna Contreras.
Well done.
Hello, my name is Sienna Contreras. I'm a freshman at Skyview High School, Zone 5, I think. Okay, I would like to discuss the changes in the orchestra program this upcoming year. At the beginning of the school year, I had my heart set on quitting playing violin. This was due to the really just unstable and poorly run middle school programs I was subjected to. It took something I really loved and it just turned into something I dreaded. And I know many other students who lost their spark in middle school as well. For many of us, though, this changed in high school. The environment we have going on in that room, it keeps us going throughout the day. I feel close with each and every one of my classmates in there, and especially with my teacher. I know that this kind of community will not be possible in a class with over 40 kids. We have concerns about this change being overstimulating, and there will undoubtedly be behavioral issues. This is also not fair to the Nampa teacher, Mr. Mago, as it will cause him stress keeping him in charge of all these kids around such expensive instruments. As you know, we believe that you support mental health as you claim to, but we urge you to think of the negative effect this will have on the problem. As you know, music teachers from the district have signed a paper urging you not to make this choice. We as students have gone so far as to make a petition, which was made last Wednesday, as of today, has 896 signatures. So clearly the community does not support this decision. In addition, we won't be able to work with the band or choir in this district. At Skyview and Columbia, of course, because we're no longer part of the schools, and at Nampa, because such a collaboration would be just so chaotic and it would just not be good. This is taking away from all students in the music program. Lastly, we want to represent our school. As a Skyview student, I want to represent Skyview. Columbia students, I know they want to represent Columbia, and Nampa students want to represent Nampa. Representing the Nampa School District as a whole is not the same. As someone who's tried to represent my school through different electives and extracurriculars, I've tried out for dance team, I've tried arts and theaters in my life, I don't like them. And taking away orchestra takes away my only opportunity to show my pride for my school. I was one of the students who tried out for SOAR, and I got in and I was so happy. But because I want to be more involved, but it's so devastating to see my passion and what I love just seem to be so neglected, and my opportunities and my self-expression just being pushed into the side. That's all.
Thank you, Sienna.
Thank you.
Madison Rockney. 1 out of 5, I guess. I'm so sorry, Madison.
I'm Madison, and I'm from the Nampa area, and I'm here to discuss the combination of orchestra as well. So as you've heard my peers discuss their reasons for bringing back orchestra, I want to discuss certain solutions we can come up with to bring this orchestra back. As I've heard, one of the big reasons that orchestra is leaving is due to funding. We don't have enough funding for this program, and I'm here to tell you some solutions we can come up with to kind of help out this cause. Some of those solutions can be fundraisers, such as bake sales, which are a small thing, but they can actually really help. We could do chocolate sales, and there's also such thing as restaurant fundraisers, where basically we get in collaboration with the restaurant and they give us a little coupon to hand out to people, and those people will go into the restaurant on a certain day, hand in their coupon, and however much money they spent, on average, the restaurant will usually give us 10% of those profits from that order. This is very, very helpful and can really, really like increase funding for orchestra. We can come up with very fun and creative ways to help bring back this program, as overall combining the Skyview and Columbia orchestras will really, really affect transferring focus efforts, mental health, learning abilities, and after school activities. That's all. That's
Okay.
short.
Thank you, Madison. I appreciate someone who brings solutions. Huh?
Yeah, I do love solutions.
I appreciate
Madison,
everybody. Who
Can we get your grade level?
Oh,
Okay, is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on any topic, any subject whatsoever? Now is your opportunity during this section. Okay. All right, we will move on to the next item on the agenda, and thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate that. The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. And before I ask for a motion on that, trustees, is there anything that you would like to bring up from the questions in the consent agenda, remove from the consent agenda, anything? Because I have a couple of questions, if no one else does. All right. So before a motion on this, just a question for Dr. Russell on the stipends. And on the stipends, there's a lot of stipends in here for book study. What can you just explain what that was? I think I have an idea, but
Yes. I'm going to,
Sure.
Chair Kirkman, trustees, sorry, I'm just going to look real quick so I can see. Most of those have to do with, they look like they're elementary teachers.
Okay.
And so it has to do with some professional development probably done at the school level under some form of book study that they were doing. I don't know, but looking here, it looks like a lot of them come from like Wahi. Well, there's Reagan teachers. Do you guys, Mr. Knopf, do you happen to know what studies some of them were doing? Okay, Mr. Yarborough might understand, so I'm going to ask Mr. Yarborough to come
okay.
Chair Kirkman, trustees, I apologize, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that those are stipends to our curriculum instruction department. What we did do this year with moving to a 4-day week, we had some optional professional development opportunities for our staff, and there were specific book studies that were done on that because they were outside of other times. There was a stipend, an nominal stipend attached to those. I believe that's what those are. I'm happy to look through and comb through those and talk to Ms. Gomez, our curriculum instruction director, but I believe that's what those are for.
Okay. And one other question, Dr. Russell, on the stipends, and this is just more for clarification, but I saw a stipend of $1,225 for teacher, 6 hours of teaching and 1 hour of planning. My question is 7 hours of, that comes out to about $175 an hour. Am I reading that right? Or what was the purpose behind that $1,200?
Chair Kirkman, trustees, that is over Endeavor, and I would have to find out what particularly those were.
Okay.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Right.
No, I'd have to ask.
No worries.
Mr. Yarborough, who happens to know the principal over there, may understand what they were doing at Endeavor.
How convenient.
Kirkman, trustees, I know specifically what that's about. It's actually, I know the hour amount looks like that, but it's actually for a leadership institute that Endeavor is doing with their 5th grade students in the summer. And it's actually 6 days that they do that, and they're planning all that out. So it's not just a 6-hour piece. They're doing various entities where they're going on field trips and giving those 5th grade students to be leadership and having them come to different entities, including the district office, a couple other businesses around town, and interacting that way. So
perfect. Okay, so 6 hours, 7 hours a day over multiple days.
Correct. That is my understanding. I'll clarify
more
that.
Sense than $175 an hour.
Yes.
Because I'm in the wrong business.
Yep. So I will clarify that with the person who submitted the stipends.
That's fine. I appreciate the clarification. And then one other thing I wanted to bring up, and as I was looking through the personnel action report, is retirements. There's a couple of folks that are retiring, and I just wanted to publicly thank them. Jeffrey Anderson, 20 years retiring with Nampa School District, and Julia Gillespie, 26 years, and Christina Green, 34 years with the Nampa School District. Just a shout out and a huge thank you, because 2 of those teachers were at elementary schools. So I think it was just good to have public recognition of those teachers that are retiring, especially after putting so many years in. That's all the questions I had on the consent agenda.
Chair Kirkman?
Yes.
Before I make a motion, is your intention that we get your stipends answered?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope, the answer I got was sufficient. Yes.
Okay. Then I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, motion and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we will move on to the next item, which are action items. So the first item on this is Dr. Russell, the secondary seat time waiver.
Chair Kirkman, trustees, before you tonight is an action item around the secondary seat time waiver. If you recall, last month we had discussed setting an elementary release time and moving that time up earlier because of our busing situation. That does impact our secondary schools and their release time, which then corresponds and impacts their amount of hours and the waiver that we need to ask to the state. And so Mr. Yarbrough is going to share tonight what that decision at the elementary level and how those dominoes are going to impact our secondaries and what our waiver might look like. And we'll allow you to ask questions and ultimately take a vote whether we want to ask for that or not.
I have a feeling this is going to involve a lot of numbers.
Chair Kirkman, trustees, it does involve some numbers. However, these are numbers we've seen before.
Yeah.
Tyler, could you pull up the elementary for the elementary seat time from last board meeting that we talked about? Because those numbers are what's in the board, in the requested waiver and then the board memo. I don't have an additional slideshow to present. I have basically those numbers, and then I put those in into a memo for you to consider, and then as well as the secondary seat time waiver. Again, because our system is connected with our busing, and the board made the decision to move the elementary end time back to 4:03, we need to look at an adjustment to the secondary end time in a minimum of that corresponding 45 minutes to make sure that we can run routes, in a minimum of 18 minutes, so we can keep that 45-minute buffer that we've done in the past. The past being this year. We know that anything short of 45 minutes, it causes an extreme strain on our transportation department and the ability for our secondary routes to be completed before they get to elementary routes and then get those students home. So the proposal is to move the secondary end time to 3:18 p.m., which again is the exact 18 minutes we took off the elementary. Again, that was what we had talked about in models and what was before you. If the board chooses to do that, then the seat time waiver that we also presented is there, showing the inclusion of a 32-minute mentoring or advisory or flex period. We're still working on exactly how we would brand that for this next year within our high school schedule and what those numbers dictate. What that means is that we have 51.67 hours in all of our high school classes each trimester, given the math of moving the day back to 3:18. With that 32 minutes, rather than offering credit for that like we have in the past, we would actually use that amount of time and distribute that into 3 core areas: science, mathematics, and ELA, because all of our systems would include possible intervention or enrichment or mentoring around those. So that calculates then our core classes are actually above the 60-hour threshold. As you'll see in the memo, it references that as well as in the waiver. But our core hours, our minimum hours are 51.67, and then we're accounting for those mentoring hours within that. Do you have that presentation, Tyler?
Which would be 60.56.
60.56, correct. So again, this here is the slide that we showed when we talked about the elementary release, but how that impacts. In our option 2, we talked about the 4 days of mentoring at 32 minutes a day. And that shifts the high school classes down to 51.67 hours in all of those classes. Again, I would remind the board, we do have another district in the state that is on a 4-day trimester schedule. That is a sister district of Blackfoot. They run a very similar schedule, and they have also mentoring within every one of their days. I did talk with their superintendent, and that's how they account for the seat time hours as well, is including those advisory hours back into their seat time calculation. And they do it, I believe, in the 6 hours. So it goes back to a 56 hours. We chose to do that in doing 3 into our core to get above that 60, because we are working to build an intervention system around that tied to ISAT outcomes for our students. And we really want to focus on student achievement and what happens there. So if the board would prefer, we definitely could distribute all those mentoring hours back across the 6-period day. And that would then be a 56.12 hour threshold in all of our classes if we had mentoring or flex time available for all 6 and redistributing those hours.
Questions, trustees?
Yeah, well, I think we're trying to digest all that. Trustees, what do you think? Any questions?
So the 3 areas that would be focused on during that mentor time that the classes would be allotted to are the 3 areas that are assessed on the various ISATs. And that's why social studies is not included. Yes. Okay.
Correct.
Correct.
And it's a 9-hour difference between the core and the elective. When you talked to Blackfoot, did they also have that and the state didn't balk at the difference between? Okay.
Chair Kirkman, Trustee Benz, they didn't have that variance again because my understanding of our conversation, they're distributing it across all 6 of theirs, so they're closer to that 56 hours. But in actual time in class, they're very close to that as well. I would have to pull and do the exact math on their schedule, but that's how they're doing it. They're distributing it by a divisor of 6 rather than a divisor of 3. So all of their classes are under 60 hours. And how they're proposing that to the state. That's why our proposed waiver has those 3 core areas above, but then our others underneath. So,
well, will that be? Do you think that will cause any heartburn when the state sees that? The difference between the core versus electives?
Chair Kirkman, Trustee Benz, in my conversation with the State Department, with the folks that I'm connected with there, no. And in light of the state's recent decision to not even look at academic calendars being turned in, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
I'm so sorry. I just as a point of clarification, we have 2 motions, 2 preferred motions here that you've given us. The motion 1, and then if that one passes, the second motion that you need. But I was reading here. Can I see option 1, Tyler? My assumption is that there is a preference from our admin team, and I assume that one is the motion, the first one, to the secondary shift from 336 to 318. And then, so is that option 2? I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, option 2 is your guys' preferred choice.
Yeah, Chair Kirkman, Trustee Taylor, when we worked with our high school principals, their thought was frequency and keeping a consistent plan was better for their teachers, better for their kids, and schedule-wise, rather than have 2 days. We did offer 2 because that was more than what we have this year. But if they were to have their preference, it would be to have that consistency of just continuing every student knowing that they need to go to that tier 2 support for their academics.
Okay.
Chair Kirkman, Trustee Taylor, if I may as well, to add on what Dr. Russell said, we visited with Dr. Mario Acosta, who has been one of our leading experts on HRS and that framework. And he spent some time both with us at a district office level and then with our high school principals talking about a flex time schedule and what in his experience has been beneficial. He was on the daily is something that is more beneficial than not. Again, various ways that we can attack that and do that, but just would like to provide that context there that was again in consultation with some outside third-party entities of what that looks like.
And Tyler, can I read option 1 more time? Thank you, sir. And then let me read option 2 one more time.
So from 59 something to 60.
Yeah. And then we've got the 4 days of the mentoring. the shift. And then ELA, math, and science would be counted as that core intervention. So really our shift here is just the electives.
Correct.
Got it.
The Chair Kirkman, Trustee Taylor, the real rub is in option 2, you get down to 51.67 actual hours in class. If you go back to option 1, I believe it's 53.75. So it's approximately a 2-hour difference over 50 days of instruction is what ends up happening within those classes. So again, real time in the class, and then the mentoring piece and how we are accounting for that is the other nominal piece.
So the 2-hour difference in the electives, what if somebody, I mean, how does that affect somebody who's transferring? I mean, we heard some testimony today from students that spend 10 minutes on a bus and 10 minutes. I mean, that's 20 minutes out of there.
Chair Kirkman, that is the biggest challenge with our system in shuttling for CTE is the shuttling in general. And that's one of the conversations we had and proposed to our high school admin of the 2 days. We did consult with our CTE director, and she has concerns. There are challenges there. We are looking at other ways to maybe schedule CTE. I don't know that we can pull it off for next year, but for example, double blocking CTE courses to where rather than having a CTE course over 2 trimesters, you would have it in 1 trimester, but for 2 back-to-back periods, decreasing the amount of shuttling. Those are things we're looking at. Where we're at in the building of the master schedule and all the intricacies of busing and things along those lines. I don't believe we can pull that off for next year, but that is in future planning what we're looking at, how can we continue to support CTE given the dynamic we have that shuttling is the challenge it is, but as also the blessing and curse we have of the ability for kids to access those programs. If we don't have that, they don't get to access those programs. But the trade-off is then we have kids shuttling for as much as 15 or 20 minutes a day is the challenge.
Okay, Trustee Benz.
And just to play devil's advocate here, just to kind of see how this would all play out. The reason why we kept the mentoring periods in the first place was that people found value in those mentoring activities. If we are going to be allocating that mentoring time to core interventions, does that make that mentoring period moot? The value that people had found in it, does it remove that value? What would that look like? What is the balance? What happens to mentor time?
Chair Kirkman, Trustee Benz, that is a great question. What we did in, again, consultation with Dr. Acosta and others, the way we're doing this is truly just accounting for those minutes, meaning if student A, like Dr. Russell, student A needs more time in English, he gets that time in English. Student B, Trustee Behrens, is on track, doesn't need that intervention. She may have other things she can do within that flex time. It's not necessarily that she's in English class. They were very clear that what you can't do with that skinny period of intervention is introduce new content or make that extra class time. It is in building that you have that dynamic. And admittedly, it is gray in how we're navigating the accounting for the minutes in mentoring. So I think that's a piece of context for us to understand. It's not that now you have an additional 32 minutes of English, everybody in the system. It's that we have that built in so any student who does need that has access to that. And then there are other pieces we do within our intervention system as well.
Well, I guess let me phrase this a different way. I'll give an example. Currently, as a school where I teach, we have a mentor period. And because it's a little different system, it functions a little differently than I suspect this mentoring time does. But one of the key components, one of the benefits of that mentor time is not just, are you on track in all your classes? Are you going to get your credits? Those nuts and bolts. That is wonderful. And yeah, you get extra time to finish your math or English or whatever it happens to be. But the true value is, what is the next class you need in order to be successful? What is your goal long term? How do you write a resume? Did you put in your FAFSA application yet? You know, that type of things. And if little Susie is struggling in English all year, will she miss out on those opportunities in that time period, is what I'm asking.
Trustee Kirkman, or Chair Kirkman, Trustee Biddens, it's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
The answer is it's going to depend on the child.
Uh-huh.
And that's the best answer I can give you. What our principals are going to have to do is something that's going to be more difficult than they've done in the past. So as you mentioned, there are some students that benefited from those type of activities. There are also students that did it.
Mm-hmm.
There was also students that felt it was a waste. What we have is we need to help better tier system so that they do get that instruction and that tiered support. But our high schools are going to have to decipher what is that need more. Is it more for a student to receive that mentoring, that coaching of life, or is it more that they're going to need math support or academics? They might need both. And that's where I don't know the answer. That's where the magic of teachers sitting down and talking about Wayland Yarborough and Wayland Yarborough's needs, and how are we going to provide Wayland both mentoring and coaching and academic supports. That's really hard to answer in a blanket statement for 3,000 kids. But general, what we want to do is create more structure. At this time is something that we're going to communicate clearly to teachers that this is the things you're going to be working on, that students that have needs, we're going to track and build so that they can get math support, reading support, science support. And then if they need that additional support, how we're going to use the whole team, counselor supports or others to be able to provide that. So we're going to have a lot more structure than we've ever had in the past. And it's going to take a lot of work. And it's probably going to take some time for us to get that good in the high school. It's difficult to do this at high school level.
Chair Kirkman, Trustee Benz, right along with that, completely agree with everything Dr. Russell said. And the one dynamic that we have within that, in our system, we do have a couple other mechanisms for that resume building. Some of our actual course content in BCA and some of the things we do is built around those things, where in other environments, it is a bit different. However, the two things that our high school principals argue for, I'm reading from an email from them, the two things they really want to focus on with this system is, number one, have one trusted adult, I'll quote directly, ongoing structures to ensure that each learner on our campuses are assigned a mentor teacher to ensure progress, growth, and readiness in high school and after high school. And then number two, a system of academic intervention, targeted skills-based and work completion-based systems running daily to account for learner needs, organized clearly so learners know that what their priorities are and who or where they need to be with to meet those needs. So.
And just, sorry, another follow-up question along these lines. The resume stuff is wonderful and it's useful, but also I'm going to say a dirty word to some people, but the social emotional development part of things. How do you not fight with the kid? She's looking at me. Well, so what? Make good choices for your success. Those kinds of conversations that would happen in a mentoring group. I don't know.
Chair Kirkman, Trustee Benz, I completely agree, and that goes right along with that one trusted adult.
Yeah.
Who are the adults in our across our system that kids connect to? We have a group of kids here right now who have connected with their orchestra teacher, and I think that's amazing and phenomenal. Despite all the other challenges, those are the things that are important. And what we can't do, no matter how hard we try, is to build a system that can do all of that all the time. For some students, they find that in their first grade or their first period English class because they're connected with that English teacher. For others, it's that that teacher that I don't really have, but I connected with them as a coach when I was a freshman. By my junior year, I go back and talk to them, and they're the mentor I go see. So it's building that possibility into our system is what I really see as the idea of mentoring and flex time, because without it, what we are hearing from both our high achieving kids in focus groups that I've had with parents of they need time to access those teachers for those academic things. From others within our district that maybe aren't as high achieving, but they connect with that person. And then also from our staff, from a variety of staff that say, I need to have access to kids in ways that the change of schedule has caused it to be different than I'm used to. So having access to groups of kids in that way, assigning them for what they may need, if it's academic completion or some other part of school that they're involved in, some extracurricular, some other connection point, that's the possibility of having a mentoring or flex time.
But there won't be that intentional conversation about, hey, this is how you de-escalate. This is what you do.
Well, we don't know if that would be, that could be a conversation.
Chair Kirkman, trustees, Trustee Benz, what I'd like to offer is maybe have our high school principals come back and actually talk in October about that very question. What are they seeing? I think it gives us a couple of weeks to get school started, but how are we addressing some of those needs with kids? Because the reality is kids need both.
But I think just providing the time, that block of time, and having enough flexibility in there that the high school administrators and the school administrators. So Trustee Taylor.
To throw a real curveball, remind me one more time why we can't start elementary school at 8:40 and end it at 2:45. Just remind me, because seat time, we're worried about elementary learning.
So Chair Kirkman, Trustee Taylor.
Well, don't pull me in.
Lots of reasons. Number one, busing is a significant challenge. If we end elementary at 2:45. We are not releasing that would cause an ancillary of high school going even further. And yes, we actually would get under the state minimum hours. Again, even though they're not,
Right.
we would be under that. And I did have a conversation with the State Department, was told, make sure that anything you do, you can protect your reasoning of why you did that. Going under the state codified minimum hours of 900 for grades 4 through 8 would put us in a real bind. So
I just wanted you to remind me of why my perfect solution doesn't work. Thank you. So really quick, back to the mentoring conversation. So just to make sure that I'm fully having the conversation of everybody else, I'm actually for mentoring daily, but my question here is so are we now saying that they're not allowed to address anything else with their mentoring teacher?
No.
Okay, so like say that said kid is ahead in all core classes and they come in there like, hey, I need to go work on my mug and pottery. Mentoring teacher can still say, great, you're doing great. Go finish said mug and pottery. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing that.
But that time won't count to the ELA, science, and math.
Chair Kirkman, it would, because again, we're building up a structure of what's available for kids to do. We have in our system right now, when a kid is done with math and they need to go take the quiz in social studies or finish the thing in band, they do that. Right. But what we're doing, that's the one-off and hard. Now, when you make it systematic, you can actually, again, talking with Dr. Acosta, you can actually incentivize kids to get all their things done so that they have more free time on what the things that they want are. And again, it's that ancillary benefit. I want to be really clear, crystal clear. Us accounting for that time in science, math, and English does not mean that every student in our system is getting those additional minutes in that. It means we've created a system where if a kid does, that's the maximum amount of hours that they would have. Exactly. And I want to be really crystal clear and own that so there's transparency that everybody understands what we're talking about.
Be crystal clear in the gray area.
Correct.
Got it. That makes perfect sense.
As light as gray as possible.
I guess I just want to speak life into what you said, because when Brooklyn was at Nampa High, she did have an online bullying situation, and it was her English teacher that really, I went in to thank personally for helping with the situation and was a great mentor, but that was not her mentoring teacher. So I think it just happens regardless. I think it's just part of the trade of teaching that's not talked about.
So a couple of things that I just want to touch on quickly because they came up in public comment. And the young man who brought up the 3-minute, adding 3 minutes to the passing period. I think this comes into this conversation. Unfortunately, he's not here to hear it, so maybe he'll hear it on the recording. That probably would throw the biggest wrench we could ever think of into this whole.
Chair Kirkman,
I know I'm putting you on the spot.
It's fine. You're not putting me on the spot. It doesn't throw a wrench in. It just decreases 6 minutes a day in class. 6 minutes a day times.
Right, but it would reduce the hours in class even further than we're at now.
We have had in various times. I apologize. We've had in various times. Different passing periods. When I was a teacher in this district, we had 5-minute passing periods. Over time, that had changed to 4. There are a lot of challenges with all those things. However, there's also the dynamic of if you go to 8 or 10-minute passing periods, that causes a lot of challenges for kids tending to get where they need to get. Personally, I would prefer to have longer passing periods for the reason of I want people to learn to manage their time better. However, this is a step forward in finding ways to find, okay, we're managing the time, but here you can go to these places and get what you need. Maybe that's how we increase and support our students in learning those skills. So.
And then on the topic of the transfer buses going back and forth and some of the comments that were brought up about the orchestra over at Nampa, and Dr. Russell, please excuse me if I say this wrong and correct me, but that decision has not been made yet, whether or not to have that orchestra move to Nampa combination. That decision has not been made yet. Am I wrong?
Chair Kirkman, trustees, I believe the communication that went to the parents is that it has been decided, but we have not fully decided, I think schedules or any of that stuff. So I think some of the things that we heard tonight around transfers, we need to talk about how that's going to impact the kids. I think we heard from the kids some of their concerns around that. So
very good.
We're going to need to get back and see how we can adjust that.
Chair Kirkman, Dr. Russell, if I may, one of the things that the reason that has, to the extent that the folks we've delegated authority to decide that are high school principals for FTE, it has been an FTE conversation decision. And with them balancing, I sent the board an email where we've lost 8 positions because of the loss of the supplemental discretionary allocation from the state. And with declining enrollment, we had to lose another 8 positions at our high school this year. They really are down to where there's no meat or anything left on the bone. And those are those pieces. I have not shared this with the board, so I want to make sure we get this to Clerk Lamont if we do. I had just, the email I had put into PowerPoint form, I would just remind the board again to maybe look at that of what we actually have from course requests. When you look at Columbia, there were 9 students who requested Orchestra 2. There were, I believe it's 16 who requested orchestra strings. That's 25 kids total. The challenge is, as was alluded to in some of the comments, you have upper division kids who need something very different in an orchestra setting. It's really hard to do those in the same space and at the same time. Skyview had 12 and 13 for their primary requests. So that was the data that our high school principals used to make the decision that they did. That doesn't mean that we as administration, if the board directs, can't change that. I think the conversation is, again, the logic that our principals were using to make the decision was very sound. We do understand, we greatly understand the impact to students and what that means, and the reality of at least holding open that they could go to Nampa High. Not optimal, not what we would prefer, not what we would want, but we also want to understand how can we continue to grow it. There's sometimes when we have to retract and then grow back. One of the young ladies, and she spoke very eloquently of, those don't take into account 6th and 7th grade requests. And that's true. And then next year when they're 8th graders, when we see if those requests change, then we reallocate FTE at that point in time and do those things. It really is a kind of a cart before the horse kind of conversation you have to have when planning FTE. And our course requests are very vital for our principals to make the decisions they have to make when they're dealing with such a finite budget. And we are down to really, there's no meat left on the bone to carve off. We are cutting into bone, orchestra being one of those. And the only reason the orchestra is even on that conversation is the course request. That's the only reason.
Okay. But now the discussion can focus on the transfer and the times and all that kind of stuff. Okay, and I appreciate you bringing that up. A little bit off topic though, but on topic.
Okay, I just, Chair Kirkman.
Trustee Taylor.
If I just want to make sure before we proceed, just really quick, since your second motion says that we would move to accept the seat waiver as presented by administration, I'm on it as chair. Jeff's not. And since we'd have to sign it, I just want to make sure if I approve it, do I need to change his name on it since it's in here and you're asking us to approve that?
Has that already been submitted? It hasn't.
No, this is if we make the motion. And I'm just asking because if I make this motion, it's as presented by administration in here. So do I need to make that motion with a change to the document? Okay. I just wanted to make sure before
Chair Kirkman, Trustee Taylor, it really was a draft. I apologize. I oversight. I didn't see that. But it was a draft for that piece, and then we can figure out the logistics of making sure we correct the biographical information and date on there. You'll see the date is highlighted as well. Last year we submitted that waiver. I believe, Mr. Liu, it was in August that we submitted it. So we have some time. But if you approve, and again, I apologize, the language as presented, I was meaning the substance of the time.
I know. And I just want to make sure, because if I read that verbatim, I think I need to make that change because it's the document that's there.
Okay. Trustees, any other questions?
I do have one.
Yeah.
So am I to understand that the mentoring is just a period number, that the entire campus is on mentoring at the same time? Okay. I'm trying to figure out how this kid can go to that class when that class is busy doing something. Okay.
Chair Kirkman, Trustee Jennings, that actually, I believe in a previous iteration, you brought up, why don't we just make that a class period? And that's one of the hard parts is if you have it in your normal schedule, that not all teachers are available and teaching other things. So that is, again, why the skinny period, because your entire campus is in that. So all teachers are accessible in different ways for students. That's why we build the schedule that way.
Which I actually think that
I
part
was
is very
just gonna
cool.
say, I think that's much
that's why I
better.
said I'm for the daily mentoring. I wanted to make that clear.
Thank you.
Okay. Trustees, any other questions or discussion?
Okay.
All right, I'll entertain a motion then.
Okay, so motion one, I move that we approve the shift of secondary release time by 18 minutes from 3:36 p.m. to 3:18 p.m. as presented by the administration.
I'll second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. We will now move to the next.
You need a second.
Oh, the second motion?
Yep.
Oh, I'll entertain a second motion.
Thank you. So I move that we
Oh, the seat waiver.
accept the seat time waiver as presented by administration with the change of chair to Chair Kirkman.
I'll second.
Okay, that motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, now we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Dr. Russell's, the handbooks.
Yeah, Chair Kirkman, trustees, before you tonight are our handbooks for the majority of our schools. There is one handbook that is not included in your packet tonight, and that is Nampa Academy, and that is because there's a new administrator that was hired there. And so that administrator had asked to maybe meet with their staff to kind of review the handbook and take some input on that before they submit some suggestions. So it's likely we will see that probably next month. The rest of the handbooks are there. You'll see there is a board memo that summarizes some of the changes in there. But we do have some folks who have worked on that and would be happy to answer any questions you may have around the handbooks. You'll notice there's two portions. There's a district overall portion that is common amongst our high schools or middle schools or elementary, and then each building has their own individual handbooks on how they implement some of their daily procedures. And you'll see some of that in the memos talking about how they release students at busing and some of the things they do there, which are individual to their specific campuses.
Okay,
I have a question.
Sure, trustee Benz.
There were a couple like clerical typographical errors and a couple that I noted. If we approve them, that's not a big deal. They can go back and clean that up if they need to. It's just the substance. We're just
Yes.
approving the substance.
Well, is it
we
like a
can-
period?
And you can add that in the motion too.
Yeah, if
Just
if
clarify
it's
it in the
grammatic.
motion.
Yeah, Chair Kirkman, trustee Benz, happy to make any clerical changes if you see any in there. There's a lot written in there, so we'd like to make sure that they're clerically correct as well. So
Well, and we don't have time on the board to go through every single little.
Yeah,
clerical-
but I just want to make sure they're just grammatical changes.
Well,
correct?
for example, on the union specific one, if you look at page 9, it has numbers and then another number with nothing in it. So right above the dress code for the searches.
Union 9, right?
Union page 9 under searches, it has 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, and then it just says 1.
Yeah.
And then that's just, so are all of the errors that you found this way?
Yeah, so it's
There's
just
nothing
like
that
this.
changes
Yeah,
substance?
no,
Because
no,
I
no.
feel like we can motion with grammatical changes to be made.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll give.
And
I'll
then
staff that
I
up.
would assume too that we also need to motion less Nampa Academy, just because it's to approve the NSD 1 through N student handbooks for school year 2025-2026, less Nampa Academy because it's not presented with grammatical changes to be made. Is that what
Yeah.
your request is?
With clerical cleanup to be done by the schools or something like
Does
that.
that need to be in our motion?
Well, the handbooks
Okay.
that are going to be decided on are already there, and Nampa Academies isn't. So either way,
It's just so
6 and
that
1/2.
we're approving student handbooks, not as presented. So I assume if I said it, I would have to say less Nampa Academy, correct?
that'll work.
Does that work? Okay.
I'll entertain a motion.
Okay. I move to approve the NSD 131 student handbooks for the school year 2025-2026, less Nampa Academy with grammatical errors to be corrected.
I'll second.
All right, motion and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Dr. Russell, the nutrition services, food, bread, dairy, produce, all that kind of stuff.
Sure, Kirkman trustees, before you, Mr. Stauffer is going to share about our nutrition services bid. This is something we have to do annually around some of the food services that we will be presenting this next school year. So we have an action item. for
And I
that.
just hope that somebody's listening because I can't wait until we get some of those food changes that other states are getting for our school food. Okay. Like red dye 40.
Yeah, it was a preamble.
Board of Trustees, before you have a first of 2 RFPs that were placed out for our food nutrition services. The first one is dealing with some of the day-to-day needs that they have as far as food preparation and also for the trays and cleaning supplies that take place inside of our cafeterias and our kitchens. Before you have all the bid information and the awards that were won through that process, and we're asking for the board to approve of those for our food nutrition services for this upcoming year. The one component with this, it is an option in there for us to renew yearly for up to 4 years. Just wanted to make sure that we push that in there as well.
Trustees, any questions?
I have a weird question. So I'm looking at the Shamrock list, and the first one is Flamin' Hot Cheetos, and the third one's Flaming Hot Cheetos. We can do Flaming Hot Cheetos?
Did you not just hear my message to legislative powers at me about the rules that need to come down?
No, because our school was not allowed to sell them because they're flaming hot. We couldn't sell anything.
So to Chair Kirkman, Trustee Benz, the answer is that they're still approved under USDA.
Okay.
Now that might have been, I don't know what was happening in your district, but they're still approved. And also with the food contents, we have to make sure that these are validated before they can even put them into the bid. So there are criteria that when the bid is posted, they have to meet all those criteria. And as we look through that, that's one of the things that each one of the bids when opened, we determine if they met the criteria or not. You look at that tabulation sheet, which is tons of pages long. That's the process of which we're going through to make sure that it's met all the right criteria.
Excellent. Thank you.
So to speak to Trustee Taylor's comment, what if those changes are made? Do we have to go back out for bid, or is this contract going to accommodate?
Chair Kirkman and Board of Trustees, the answer to that is we probably have to go out for our RFP again. And we'd be happy to do so. One of those things is the law changes. There's typically a time frame in which they put into place for those things to come into place, into fruition, understanding that we have to do these contracts a year in advance in order for us to be able to fulfill the food quantities that we need for our cafeterias.
Well, but recent experience has shown that sometimes that time frame isn't always there. It comes with a mandate or else. So I just
Chair Kirkman, we understand that, and in that moment, we will adjust as we have done prior, and we will make the necessary adjustments to be in compliance.
Okay. We can't force what nobody's done.
Yeah, Chair Kirkman, Trustees, if something comes out that we're not allowed to serve, then we wouldn't serve. We likely would make a plan B and look at what things can we order and use some of our money that we have in nutrition services to be able to pay for those things.
And one additional item to that, Chair Kirkman, is again, these are approving of the purchases. We could just say we're not purchasing that product. We're approving at this point in time because it does meet the USDA regulations.
And that's all we can
do. If they don't, and that takes off, then we just don't purchase that product.
Yeah. Okay.
Excellent.
Trustees, any other questions? All right. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we accept, oh wait, do we have the actual language? Let me read it.
It's at the top.
Okay. So I move that we accept the bids as provided within this motion from the administration. I don't see the language. Oh, here it is. To approve the nutrition service bids as presented and provided.
I second.
Okay, it's been a motion. It's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. We will move on to the next item. Dr. Russell, I assume Mr. Stauffer is standing there for a reason.
Chair Kirkman, Trustees, Mr. Stauffer will share about the next RFP that we.
Board of Trustees, Chair Kirkman, again, we do have a second RFP that was presented, is presented to the board for warewashing and kitchen maintenance items, pest control, and cleaning linen services. Again, these are a protocol that has gone through a bidding process in front of you, those that have met the right qualifications. And again, we ask for the board to approve of those who have been providing the best service and products for pricing to the district.
Trustees, questions, comments? All right.
I move to improve the engagement of Ida Tech to complete the work outlined in the request for proposal with the intent to begin the projects upon USAC approval.
I think it's the
Oh,
other.
Yeah.
Correct. That was the next bullet item.
Sorry,
We're
guys.
at nutrition still, number D.
Sorry,
Good
sorry,
practice one.
sorry. It was. We're on nutrition still. Wait a sec.
Guess we'll X that.
Yeah, sorry. We're back to, I move to approve the nutrition services bid from TVR Inc. Barrier, Alsco, and Ecolab.
Ecolab. I will
Ecolab.
second that one.
Ecolab.
Oh, I just even hate that it's called Ecolab.
And did you second?
I did.
He did.
Okay. All right, motion and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Move on to technology RFP. Dr.
And if
Russell,
there's no,
there's anything?
yeah, if there's nothing, I'm ready for that one as well.
Yeah, Chair Kirkman, trustees, before you tonight is Mr. Stoffer will share around a technology update that we're needing for infrastructure that has to deal with switches and network switching, which Mr. Stoffer can explain.
Chair Kirkman, Dr. Russell, might be a little of a stretch, but I'll do my best to explain that. But these are components that are part of our network system that allow us to continue to provide our internet services to our devices and to the other components that are needed throughout the district. This is something that is also funded through our E-rate, as we've discussed about that in the past as well. Again, before you is the proposal and the bidding process that went through the RFP process to find, again, the best candidate that met the criterion as well with the pricing.
Okay. Questions, trustees? Come on.
No.
On switching?
It's riveting.
Yeah, it really, yeah, and especially because we get it paid back. I move that we approve the engagement of Ida Tech to complete the work outlined in the request for proposal with the intent to begin the projects upon USAC approval.
I'll second.
All right, motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we'll move on, Dr. Russell, to land RFP.
Chair Kirkman, the last RFP for you tonight has to do with a land RFP. You may recall that we had discussed this in our last board meeting last month. And Mr. Stoffer is going to share about the bids that came through and whether they were able to meet the requirements of the RFP or not.
Okay.
Chair Kirkman, Board of Trustees, this RFP before you has it's one that's been in the works for a long time that we spent a lot of time discussing. And if I may just give a short history leading up to what led to this RFP that might provide some background information for those who are in attendance and also for those online. As we know, a year ago, we had to close some schools. And part of that, we did a facility condition report that gave the board information on which one of our buildings were in the most dire needs. And as part of that decision-making process, we outlined some buildings that needed some support, but probably weren't going to be able to handle them with the incoming monies that we do have and without some significant support from our patrons. Part of that process is the Gateways building and the Union buildings, the former buildings, were on the list of buildings that were closed. We have repurposed those schools and placed them in better facilities. And just a quick side note to that, we received some wonderful messages from the students at the new Gateways, which is at the former Snake River Elementary, providing the entire district with thanks for their new facilities and their love they have for the new facilities. Some of the highlights were they loved that it wasn't dark. They loved that they had new equipment. They had upgraded playgrounds for the younger kids. So it was really nice to see those notes that came from the students. Now, going back to the process, we also needed to look at and find a busing facility that would accommodate our busing fleet with its accompanying needs as far as operations, maintenance, fueling, et cetera, that were needed for that facility. As we looked at our current assets, we didn't have any assets that fit the needs that both had the land that was identified as industrial, that was not in neighborhoods that were near schools or near our public. Our current infrastructure did not meet those needs at the beginning of the year. So we entered into an agreement with a lease to provide those services. That current lease is roughly about $200,000 a year is what we pay in that lease. The lease was agreed to a series of 6 one-year agreements that had the ability to renew at the end of each year. And there were some timeframes that were put forward in that lease that the board agreed to in July of 2024.
With that, we again took a look at all of our needs and also some of those the needs that the buildings had that we were no longer using, and looked at the high deferred maintenance costs that each one of those buildings had. And as we came together, we looked at a way that we could find something that would be cost efficient for our community, and also provide the needs for our transportation by utilizing some of the potential assets that we had and convert them into another asset. And that's what led us to the referendum that the board passed last month to offer up 2 parcels of land with an overall value of $6.5 million, looking for a transportation facility that would have land, that would have operations, facilities, places to be able to park for both employees and our buses, and maintenance facilities that would help accommodate all the needs that we have for our transportation fleet. In doing so, that's where this RFP was created. And so we published this RFP. It was published 2 times in the newspaper, and it was left open for a month so that we could acquire some interest in it. We did have 2 entities that expressed quite a bit of interest and did communicate with me regarding some of the facilities and the outcomes that we had outlined in the RFP process. We did have one bidder that turned in a bid that met all the criterions that we had put in the bid to suffice. That was the TVM Incorporated, which I have placed in the board document for you to review. Now with that, there is a component with the property that was offered up for us. The land was just short of, I believe, 7 acres. It does have a facility, it does have facilities for operations. It does accommodate all the the busing, parking, and the staffing parking. It does have the shell of a maintenance facility that would need to be completed. And that facility, when it was appraised, the entire complex was appraised at just over $5 million. So we had our properties, which were equated to 6.5, and then the new property that was offered up in the land swap was 5 million, a little bit over 5 million. With that, there was a difference between what the district had and what the offer was, about $1.5 million. Again, knowing that the maintenance facility would still have to be completed, the bidder in this case offered to complete that facility, which would add a cost both for them of about $2.5 million to bring that total land value up to right around that $7.5 million. Which would mean in this transaction that the Nampa School District would be asked to cover the balance between the 6.5 and the 7 million of approximately $1 million we would need to come up with in order to consummate this RFP. So again, exchanging hands, district would have to pay. Short version is district would have to come to the table of closing with $1 million in order to secure the busing facility and turn over the 2 properties to this to the TVM Incorporated. So that's the nuts and bolts of it. Now there are a couple other components that I think are important, just information wise. Again, looking back at the rental agreement that we do have, it is a 6-year agreement. We're just about done with year 1. We'll complete year 1 here in a little bit. There is a 3% kicker of annual increase every year of 3%. Taking those into consideration for the next 5 years, we'd be paying about $1 million for that facility, which roughly equates to what we would have to invest into this plan in order to get a maintenance shop completed out of it. And the property would become Nampa School District property.
So $1 million over 5 years if we continue to lease it. Correct. As is. Okay.
As is. And that is the other component about this land is the facilities. The facilities that we are offering, both Union and Gateways, have a significant load of deferred maintenance on the district. There are a lot of things that do and have been identified of items that need to be taken care of. Again, they're not occupied buildings, but those needs still remain the burden of the district. We don't have any current plans to occupy those buildings or growing into those buildings, so they will probably sit dormant in current condition until the board directs us otherwise apart from this RFP.
Any idea what the deferred maintenance to bring those up to a point where they could be usable? And do you have that amount on the top of your head?
Chair Kirkman, I do have some numbers for you. It's approximately about 12 million per building, approximate.
Per building?
Per building.
Wow. That's not that much.
Yeah. Now, one of the things to consider if you're looking at our union building, it is currently on a well and on a septic system. And those septic systems and well systems are well over 30 years old. And so that is significant cost in those areas. And the union building itself is much like our Centennial building that we took offline. One of the concerns with the inside structure of it is a very open structure. And so to make it up to par, there would have to be significant remodeling that would need to take place inside. As soon as you do that, you trigger all of the other infrastructures, fire, safety systems, et cetera, that would also
You might
have
as well
to be
just
taken.
build a new building. Hence the decision I think the board made to close it.
Yeah, it was.
Those sitting vacant, I mean, we still are required to carry insurance on those buildings. We still have to
take care of them.
We have to take care of them to some extent, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we have to take care of the maintenance outside and all that kind of stuff too. Okay. Any idea what that number is right now on those? I know I'm asking some pretty.
Yeah, Chair Kirkman, I have access to those. I have not calculated all those out because part of them we had to look at our billing structure. We have powered down everything. We have minimized as much as we can in those buildings. Right now, the major costs are for our security system still to be maintained because we still have our camera systems up and functioning there. We also mow the lawns, we water the lawns, we're still taking care of those things. So that's where the costs are right now. We have not done any improvements. We're making sure that they're still safe and secure. If a window's been broken, we're replacing it. But those things have been more minimal expenses at this point in time. As time goes on, those are going to get a little bit larger as they remain unoccupied. But again, those costs right now, I can get those for the board if you do need, but they are pretty much in line with minimizing as much as we can. You'll see that when they were fully occupied, the energy was a lot different. The heating bills, the fuel bills were all
Mr.
very
Stoffer,
different.
don't worry about getting the numbers. I think just the idea that we still have to maintain those empty shell buildings with insurance and all that kind of stuff, anyways, which is a cost, no matter how minimal it might be, it's still a cost of the district.
Correct.
Sorry, I interrupted.
No, you're fine. I just want to make sure that, again, we've done a little history walk to understand where we are here, understanding this RFP as we put it together, of what the intent and the purpose was for the board at the time that we put it together, and then looking at the actual opportunity that we have in front of us. The board does have a couple of decisions to make. And again, I'm willing to answer more questions, but the board does have some options. They can accept this bid as it was an official bid, and it met all the criterion. You could reject all bids, and then we could kind of just sit in a stalemate and do nothing. You could direct the district just to leave things as are and maintain them and maintain the shell of the buildings. Or you could also direct the district administration to go find something else. The RFP process by law is the piece that we needed to do to find out and give people opportunities to put in a bid. If the bid is not sufficient to the district and the board's needs, then you can reject and authorize the administration to go find the best offer that we can find and represent to the board other offers.
See, and I think that's key right there as to the needs of the district right there. And sometimes you kind of gloss over that when we're talking about buildings and dollars and budgets and all that kind of stuff. Is for me, it's really what's best for the district. So.
And again, for clarity's sake, I will say it's the district's administration's position that this offer does meet the district's needs as we outlined and have discussed over the last year. We do believe this meets our needs.
Okay. Dr. Russell?
Chair Kirkman, trustees.
You look like you want to say
something.
something.
If I could have maybe Mr. Stoffer elaborate. We had talked about there's a need for dollars. You know, we have some folks in the audience here who are concerned about their programs because we're saying we're struggling at FTE and yet we're talking about dollars here. So maybe some clarification, Mr. Stoffer, about where this money would come from, because sometimes it's confusing to understand why there's money for one thing and not necessarily another. And we might need to clarify that.
Chair Kirkman, Dr. Russell, thank you. I did have that in my notes. I apologize. One of the benefits that we have at this current time is that the state legislature last year passed House Bill 521, which allocated facility maintenance dollars to the district and to every district inside Idaho. These dollars equate to a hefty number, about $48 million that were allocated through selling of bonds at the state level. And the district received that money to help upkeep and take care of maintenance needs for the district. $1 million would come from that fund. Now that fund cannot be used on any but facilities. We can't take those dollars and repartition it and pay for teachers. I can't pay for sports facilities. It's actually specifically delineated in the law that we cannot use these for sports complexes or buildings are the major purpose of that facility is for athletics. And so that's the one caveat to that we cannot use it on any of those buildings.
We cannot use it on capital improvements.
You can. It's focused for capital improvements, and that's actually what its priority is. Yes.
Focused on capital improvements.
Correct. It's focused on capital improvements on student-centered buildings or those that are providing student-led services. This $1 million that we would suggest come from this fund is approved by the law, and it would allow it. We would be able to use this money according to House Bill 521. And again, no additional cost to our taxpayers. It's money that we currently already have in our bank that has been provided for this purpose at the state level.
Okay. Questions on the so far?
So just from a number standpoint, in 5 years, we're going to spend this $1 million on a lease. We still won't have a bus repair facility, and we don't own the property.
Correct.
Well, wait a second though. If I wasn't mistaken, I thought part of the lease agreement was that they were going to improve the bus barn so that there would be a maintenance facility.
Chair Kirkman, as part of our agreement that we have, that was not one of the upgrades that was a part of the agreement.
That's
there was ones for the operations building was included in our lease agreement. We did have the option that if we wanted the improvement, that we could pay for the improvement. It would not be included as part of the lease. So at that point in time, you're looking at a burden upon the district to finish that of still around $2.5 million.
And instead, we're going to get it for $1 million.
Correct. Along with swapping 2 parcels of land. That's the piece.
Don't forget about this.
Yeah, we do have to swap those 2 parcels. But yes, and again, one of those things I do look at is the direction that we were given is trying to maintain or accrue as much assets as possible in exchange for assets. I think that was the intent, and we were able to accomplish that intent with this RFP. We're still gaining assets out of it. We're going to gain property. We're going to gain something that will be ours as a district that we could broker or utilize in the future as we are currently doing with these other lands.
But also, Mr. Stauffer, it gives us some leverage.
It does.
If we own that property, we own that bus barn, we're not contracting it out. It gives us some leverage with maybe even down the road future contracts if that comes up.
Chair Kirkman, I think that's another excellent point. That's one of the things that, as we have learned through this process in the last few years, having the ability to have more of it ours provides us better opportunities to acquire better bids in any solicitation that we have, particularly transportation or otherwise.
And those contracts would be significantly less, I would imagine.
Correct. And it allows more to bid. I think that's the biggest thing. It allows more bidders to come in when we own the property. Whereas if you don't have a property, it isolates who has property in this area that's able to manage that type of infrastructure, which our transportation infrastructure is not something that is tiny. It requires facilities and land.
Sure. Any other questions up to this point, trustees? Up to this point, I don't know if there was anything further, Mr. Stauffer, but okay. A lot of numbers there.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion, but once it's seconded, I just want to speak to my motion because I don't have any questions. I just have a few comments. So I am going to move to approve the land swap proposal from TMV Inc.
And I'll second. Oh, go ahead, Stephanie.
Okay, hold on. So it's been motioned. It's been seconded.
I will second.
Is there? You did?
Yeah, he got it.
All right.
Yeah, and I just like.
And is there any discussion on that motion?
Yeah. So I think that these ones are a little difficult for trustees to make because I know that I spent a lot of time contemplating, like, will somebody 20 years from now thank me for this choice, right? And no matter how you slice it, I don't believe that we will ever, that's a really strong word. We don't have the current funds necessary to bring these buildings up to what the level they would need to be to truly support student success. So that's the first thing that we have to acknowledge. Yeah, to acknowledge here. we can't really particularly use these buildings in a way that I think would leverage us more than the $1 million that we're going to get out of our lease with. So I mean, there were a lot of little things like, you know, when you take a look at this, truthfully, school buildings will cost us more in the long run than a bus barn will. But again, I get what a sensitive conversation this really is for our community. At this point in time, I truly believe that it will set us up for success to control our transportation and keep us out of any type of a monopoly or ever having to be gouged or things along those lines. So I think we have to make the best decision with the information that we have at the time. So in 20 years, if those buildings are the most valuable, you know what I mean? But I just want my constituents to understand that the weight of these decisions is not lost on me. And I very cautiously let go of any asset that this district has. But I think that we've made some very valid points that it's an asset for an asset. So we are gaining. I think that we have pointed out that we are saving really the lease. So we're not spending money that we wouldn't have spent already. And we already are in that contract currently. And I do believe that us having a bus barn puts us in a better situation long-term to have more of that control over not only the cost of transportation, but also our hand in it. I think that you guys have really made leaps and strides in just giving more, more, I guess, transparency even to that process to our community because they can follow their kids. Like, I think that we have done a lot there as well. So I just want to speak to that because I think that sometimes our community, you know, doesn't realize all the consideration that goes into something like this when there truly is, by this board, a lot of consideration and just on planning and zoning. So I feel like
Well, and also the fact that we're not asking our patrons
correct
to pony up more money
correct
to cover the difference that
Between
it's
the two.
actually coming from a dedicated fund
Right.
for this that's set up specifically for this. So I think that's
I agree.
a good point to
Yep.
bring up. Trustees, any other discussion on the motion that's still active? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Just in case. All right. All right, that motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Stoffer.
Thank you, Mr. Stoffer.
Dr. Russell, we'll move on to policy.
Chair Kirkman, trustees, tonight, the last action item has to do with a policy in our federal programs department. We as a district are somewhat preparing for the possibility of having an audit in our federal programs. It's been some years since we've had an audit. There was a while where we were audited every year, which was a little excessive, but it has been some time since we've done that. And so part of preparing for an audit is to review some of our policies. You'll see in your board packet the action item tonight for one policy. There's a couple others in the information item that are more just a review. But Mr. Trimble here will share with us a little bit about the policy and some of the changes. You'll see there's some wording in there and kind of why his staff kind of recommended that and answer any questions you may have.
Excuse me, before you start, when you say audit, just to address maybe the elephant in the room, is it like a Doge audit or just a typical federal audit?
Yeah, sure.
A regular federal
Chair Kirkman,
audit.
trustees, great question. No, we every several years, the State Department randomly chooses school districts to
The
audit
Idaho
federal
State
programs.
Department.
Idaho State
Okay.
Department does. And like I mentioned, we were randomly chosen 4 years in a row. I think it was at one point.
I don't think that's
I don't know how that's possible. But it is a lot of work. They'll look through policies. They'll look through how you're meeting the federal requirements to use the federal dollars, how you're impacting students. And it's a large review. Actually, it's a lot of work for our federal programs department to go through. And Mr. Trimble may be able to share more about that.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, Chair Kirkman and trustees, thank you. If I can speak to that, we've actually had it confirmed that we're going to be having our monitoring this fall. So it's coming up. It will be a lot of work, but the State Department of Education is pretty good working with districts to make sure that they walk us through the process and make sure all those boxes are checked and that we're following all of our requirements under federal programs. As was presented in the memo, our guiding document is the Elementary and Secondary Education Act underneath federal programs. So we serve a number of different categories of students in the district that have been identified as needing additional needs. Specific to this action item, one of the areas that we have is our policy around supporting our students experiencing homelessness. Here in the district, we have over 1,000 students Currently, it's sitting just over 1,200 that have been identified this year as experiencing some form of homelessness. When you mention that word, hey, that family is homeless or that student is homeless, typically people think of you're living in your car, you're living in a motorhome, you're on the street, right? That's a very misunderstood term, which is why the action item is presented. We're actually would like to change some of the language in the policy to read students experiencing homelessness instead of homeless students. About 83% of our students experiencing homelessness are actually doubled up. They're living with another family, they're living with a friend, there's someone in their social network that has opened their home or apartment, or multiple families are kind of pooling resources in order to live together. So that change of language just kind of broadens our scope within the policy, and then our goal is that it will kind of take away some of that misunderstanding of what it means to be homeless here in Nampa. So,
How many did you say?
currently, we have 1,289 identified. That is children ages 0 to 21 that are eligible underneath the policy. As far as students that are currently enrolled, I can pull that number up as we're kind of going through this. Currently, we have 780 students that are enrolled as K-12, pre-K-12 students that are identified under the McKinney-Vento Act. Trustee
And
Benz?
I don't know if you have the answer to this, or if this is a Mr. Dewey question, or I heard that that all the McKinney-Vento grants are being reevaluated. Have we heard anything regarding McKinney-Vento funds for this next year for Nampa?
Yeah, so we currently get our funds from two places. We have a state allocated McKinney-Vento sub-grant. It's about $38,000 per year, and that goes to pay a part of a salary of one of our staff members. The other portion of our funds actually comes directly from Title 1A. So from the very top level, right, President Trump has been pretty clear that Title 1A is not going to be touched. The State Department has also echoed that, that at least for this year, it seems like those grants are being allocated through the same funding stream. And our preliminary numbers that we have for next year, those budgets, they've been shrinking every single year since 2014. So getting a cut on that budget is not unexpected. We've seen major cuts in those, but we're having a little bit of a decline, but it is fairly similar funding to next year from what we've gotten this year. Underneath Title 1A, individual districts are able to allocate how much money do we need to support that program. So we anticipate that we'll be able to we'll have a slight decline in that budget since we haven't spent all of the money that was allocated this year for that program. But overall, our supports are not expected to be cut for next year.
Okay, thank you.
I know this is just a policy that we're looking at here, but when you say you have discretion, would you use the 1,289 number or the 700, whatever number it was, of those that are enrolled?
I would use the 1,289.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Thank
we
you.
provide support to those families, and the policy is written as a 0 to 21.
Very good.
Where are you getting the 1,289?
I asked him how many.
Oh, it's 1,288.
Yeah, we identified another student. since I
Okay,
was,
okay, good. I
submitted
just
to you.
wanted to make sure. I was just reading. I just wanted to make sure I was reading what everybody.
Current information.
Understood. I just wanted to make sure that I was reading what everybody else was reading, just to make sure, because I saw the rationale. Yeah.
Very good. Any other questions?
I feel like we need to change the title on the policy as well then.
For what? What's the policy title?
Education of homeless children.
Is that changed?
I did not recommend that change. That would be up to you all to, if you want to make that change.
So,
I'm
so the title
comfortable
is
leaving it.
Education of Homeless
Yeah.
Children.
Personally, I'm comfortable leaving that as it's a pretty standard title.
But
of that
isn't it
policy.
contradictory to what the changes are in the body of the policy? Or what your rationale
You
behind
could, you could take it that way, yeah. I'm comfortable leaving it since the model policies, they're typically say homeless children
okay.
for the titles of those policies.
I mean, either way.
Yeah, I think that my understanding is you really just need this to define homelessness as we deal with it here in NSD.
Yep.
Yeah, I got it. So if there's nothing else, I'm ready to move.
Please do.
Yeah. I move to approve policy 3060, education of homeless children for a first and final read.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made, seconded. Any discussion on that motion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It was great to see you.
That's good seeing you.
Go Team Nile.
Okay, that concludes our action items. We'll move into information items and reports. Dr. Russell, I'll let you just kind of take it from here, okay?
Sure. Chair Cookman, trustees, as mentioned, there are a couple other policies that need review. Mr. Trimble is here to kind of share what those policies are, and it's just a matter of the board reviewing over to answer any questions that they have, and he's happy to explain those. And those policies you'll see there are policy 2420, family engagement, policy 2385, limited to English program, and policy 7320, allowable use of funds.
Excuse me, again, are these the policies that we are required on an annual basis? Are these some of these policies that we're required to review? Clerk Lamont, do you know?
None of these ones are required annually, but they
Okay.
are required
To review. All right. Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, they're required for a regular review, specifically the family engagement one. We like to review that with families every single year. Underneath Title 1A, our schools are required to look at their family engagement actions and their own family engagement policies at a school level on an annual basis. Springtime is the time that schools take that on, right? They're looking forward to how do we do this year with academics? How can we continue to engage families more next year? This last week, we had a group of folks actually meet in this room. We brought together some of our administrations, some parents, and some partners from the community to kind of just talk about federal programs and then take a look at the family engagement and family involvement policy. Our folks that were in that room, there's about 20 to 22 of us that were there, didn't see any needed changes on family engagement. Our limited English program has multiple acronyms, right? It's our English learner, depending on what district you're in, it's multilingual learners. The endorsement is English as a second language learner. The feds also have it as limited English proficiency or limited English program. No changes needed there. And then on our allowable use of funds, that also kind of blends over into Mr. Dewey's role as our finance guru, but there was no changes needed for that. There was a couple things that, as I'm here, I want to share out with you all. Federal program serves a large portion of our district. We have a large portion of students and families in need. Currently, we're sitting about 1,800 plus students that are identified under our limited English or English learner program. We tested 1,863 students that had viable scores on our annual English proficiency assessment. A big celebration was we exited 161 students on that assessment. So 161 kids this year met the level of rigor on that assessment to show that they had English proficiency to exit some of those bigger amounts of services. Our migratory education program under Title 1C serves students of families that are moving to follow crops or agricultural work. The seniors that are qualified underneath that program, 27 out of 30 of them are graduating. It's a 90% grad rate. Nice. So it's awesome. It's above state averages. It's above, even our kind of local aggregate average for graduation rates also. I'd also like to highlight a couple other programs. Our community school work, which was kind of referenced actually earlier with one of the stipend questions. Endeavor Elementary is one of our schools that has come on as a community school. And so community schools basically take all the supports a student would need and look to say, how can we better support students holistically? And one of the areas that they're working on is that summer camp. So they're bringing on that summer leadership camp where they're going to be bringing kids in, as Mr. Yarbrough said, taking them out to the community, seeing what leaders do in the community. Another program that's happening at a similar time is actually at East Valley Middle School. They're doing an onboarding boot camp. So they're taking fifth graders coming up actually from Endeavor, and they're bringing them on this year for a 3-day program to say, okay, when you're coming into sixth grade, what does it mean to be a sixth grader? And they're going to run them through how do you use a planner to stay organized, meet some of their teachers, and it's going to be a parallel kind of combined project between some Endeavor teachers and some staff from East Valley Middle School. I'm really excited to see that as its first year in existence, what's going to happen next year when other schools really see that pilot program coming on. Secondly, East Valley Middle School had a partnership with CWI this year, where they brought in CWI for free, has come in and is offering some English classes for parents that are limited English speakers. And so they're coming in, and they've had 12 families that have participated in that, coming in the evenings, and then we're providing childcare on the side in order to have those families be able to engage in some of those English classes. So just a few highlights for you all, but there's great work happening underneath federal programs. And it's thanks to you all for supporting us, and thanks to the staff that every day show up and tirelessly work for our students and families.
Thank you.
Yeah, any questions?
Trustees, questions, comments? All right. Thank you so much for your work.
Yes, thank you for the work that you
Thank
do
you.
in this
Appreciate it.
sector.
Yeah, thank you.
This is information we don't hear all the time. I like the 97% graduation rate.
Yeah, 90%,
Those
yeah,
things are
27 students.
Yeah, I think those are awesome. So very much appreciated.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Chair Kirkman, trustees, next up on our agenda, we have a report on our STEM education update. I'm going to ask Tyler if he'd go ahead and bring up our PowerPoint. You may recall we had discussed this a month or so ago and shared with you where we were with our STEM education within the district. There were some positive things that we have going on in the district. There are some things that we definitely need to work on. Next slide, Tyler, if you could go ahead and do that for us. And so one of the things that we talked about in areas of success for our district is that we do have a high school program that is a high achieving program. If you recall, last month, we saw some of their achievement on their student state test was much higher than their surrounding population. We've also had some really nice pockets of success in our elementary schools. We've had some programs like Endeavor has done a little success. They had like a STEM night. Sherman Elementary for a couple of years was doing a really nice job around STEM education. But we talked about some things that were really lacking in the district is just a strong, cohesive plan of what education looks like K-12 for STEM for our students. And we just have not put the time and energy into it like we really need to. And we really feel it's time that we spend some energy in really trying to develop that. And we'll talk about the reasons why in our next slide here. So our purpose tonight is to discuss that K-12 program. And there's a couple of reasons why we think we need to have a K-12 program. And we would like to have a program in place for the 26-27 school year. So not this fall, but next fall. One of the reasons why we think is because it's popular with students and parents. I will show you a list here in a little bit around some schools, and you'll see many of them have to deal with STEM. So it's a very popular thing. We know that the parents and community members that are part of our STEM high school value it very much. We know that elementary schools, when we held our STEM nights, get great turnouts. We also know that student engagement is very high in that as well. So it's just a popular way of learning. The second one is we know there's career opportunities growing in the STEM fields. We know that Micron is building a large fab. If you haven't seen it out there in East Boise, it is huge. It looks like a whole second city. And I had the opportunity to go out and be at Micron about 3 or 4 years ago when they were just announcing that. And they had talked about the need that they were going to need a certain amount of engineers to be able to go work there. And they were worried that the Boise metropolitan area wouldn't be able to provide that. So that's just a simple example. We were down in Cupertino, California, just talking with Apple as well, and just the amount of careers that we're going to see more around engineering and this idea of problem solving. They said that was their number one skill they wanted to see for any employee to work at Apple was problem solving, and that's something that fits perfectly with STEM education. It fits well with our vision. We read it at every board meeting. You do have extraordinary experiences, and it does help you prepare. Also, it just provides more choice. That's one of the things that we wanted to do as a district is provide options for our kids, options for our parents, and we think it can provide one. The other thing it can do is provide something that I would like to see a little bit more in the district, and that's provide a little more rigor, an option for higher rigor in academics. And we'll talk a little bit about that as we get further into this presentation. But a lot of the programs we have deal with supporting kids who maybe have gaps or maybe behind in school. We wanted to create maybe a program that allows students to accelerate and push themselves further, or for a parent or family that wants their student to accelerate, we could have a program that might be able to fit those students as well, and give an option there. And ultimately, is to improve student achievement is what we'd like to do as well. Next slide, Tyler. So our proposal would be to create a K-8 magnet school. And I'll talk a little bit now about what like a magnet is. And there's a couple of bullet points there. The first one has to do with magnets have a specific instructional focus. Magnets are not new to Nampa. They're not new to Idaho. We actually have a magnet school right now in our district, and that's New Horizons. And their instructional focus is dual language. So what we're looking at creating is a school with instructional focus around STEM education. Magnet schools are public. They're open to all students. They're open to special education students. Any student is welcome in a magnet school. However, they often have enrollment caps, and that leads to kind of a lottery system, and that's very similar to what you'll see out at New Horizons. There is a cap on how many students can enroll in the school, and that does lead to a lottery. And this is something that we may see, and I'll explain why we may see it. Because we're going to try to form a group that would help determine whether we need to have a lottery system or what that cap would look like or how this is going to roll out. Ultimately, though, this is where the board would come in. The board would need to approve the magnet. And what we would bring forth in that magnet would be what the instructional focus is. We would bring forth what some of the goals of the school would be. We'd bring forth the lottery, how many students would be there, what kind of data we would collect. And a lot of those specific details that we won't get into tonight would be brought forth in front of the trustees to review, to ask questions, to send back for modifications, so that it is a school that you see fits the needs of the community and fits the needs of the district. Next slide, Tyler. This is just a list of the magnet schools in the state of Idaho. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, you'll see many of them deal with STEM education. So it is very popular. A lot of them are in the Boise, Meridian area. You'll see there's a few up in Coeur d'Alene. I think there's one maybe in Kellogg down there, which is kind of surprising. But we don't have a lot in our district, and it's something that I think we need to consider at least. And that's why we have one. Maybe having a second around STEM education might be something that will be really beneficial. Next slide, Tyler. So as I mentioned, a magnet that we would bring forth would clearly articulate what that instructional focus is and what that looks like. That would allow you to ask questions so you could get better ideas and details about what the kids will be studying, how specifically that would be implemented. You would see that there'd be instructional goals and how we'd measure the success of the program in the school, what those enrollment capacity would be, how community input would be involved in this. One of the key tenets of STEM education is to have community and parent involvement. So that would be something that we'd have to bring forth of what that's going to look like. Ultimately, the board would vote to approve, and then we would have to file that magnet with the state. So the board just needs to take a vote. We did send it to the state, and then the state would file that. And there's a little bit of some paperwork around data reporting that we have to give to the state to start a new school. And ultimately, it allows us to do that.
To start a new school, kind of like a charter school then?
It would be a new school, a magnet school, similar to a charter in the sense it has a focus, but different than a charter because it's underneath the Nampa Education School District. It's not under a separate entity, it's under the board. Charters have their own boards. That, again, we can get confusing. Boards can authorize charters under a separate board. This wouldn't be the case.
But the paperwork with the state is just basically the state checking to see if we're hitting the educational.
It's to pull IC reports on how to pay people and how many enrollment reports. All those things is what the state has to get.
And we'll get into details.
Yep, those will be coming in the future with it. Next slide, Tyler. So, as mentioned, right now, the idea would be to, and these are all tentative, as best we can at this point, would be to open in the fall of 26. So that'd be a couple of years from now. The idea would be able to start small. And this is very similar to what we did in New Horizons when New Horizons started the district years ago. Is it did not start as a new school. It started with a grade or two and then built cohorts as it moved up. And it was at K-5 for a long time. It just was about 6 or 7 years ago that we added the middle school portion and built that K-8 program. So it can take some time. I don't know how long that would be. That's something that we'd want the steering committee of the school to really discuss and put into plans. And these are questions, again, that you may ask as a board to learn a little bit more about how that would scale up.
Can I ask a point of clarification about New Horizons? Did that meet expectations?
Chair Kirkman, Trustee Taylor, yes, I think the initial response was pretty overwhelming as far as the amount of folks that wanted to get into the lottery. I think it's tailored off now, and I don't know our last lottery numbers, but I do remember it met expectations as far as demand for that. And you're asking me questions that are probably 15, 16
Yeah,
years
that's
ago.
why I'm kind of trying
At
to
that
keep
point,
it
I
a
was
little
still
bit broad.
a teacher. So yes, it has met some of those, but it was also a partnership with Boise State at the time. And the district and Boise State had partnered on that. And I think there was a partnership there. I do think that partnership broke and faded at some point. I don't know the full details of that, but
I want to be clear that children come out of there fluent.
yes.
Yeah, no, they do.
Absolutely.
You know, they absolutely do.
Yeah, and it's very popular with the parents. And the parents love the school, and it's a great school to walk through, and it's incredible to. I just should have paid better attention to Spanish classes. What I should have done when I walked through.
Hindsight's always 20.
I think that speaking multiple languages can be just as beneficial as a college degree.
One of the things we'd look at doing with this, though, is it's important that we be very strategic in how we do this, because cost is really important. And so we could do this more efficiently if we grow it within one of our schools, and likely using one of our schools. And that's how New Horizons started. It started in a wing in Reagan Elementary, I believe, when Reagan was first opened, and they had a hallway, and then the regular school had that. And it helps share costs so that you're not having to pay for extra food services. You're not having to pay for extra counselors or some of those things. So again, details and logistics that we'll need to work out. But we'd ultimately like to have a committee formed, an administrative committee made of some parents, some teachers, some administrators that would come together and help kind of build this and work through some of these logistics so that we could bring more of these specifics back to the board. Last point there, again, one of the ideas that we would throw out is that this would be a program that would create high rigor and expectations for students and parents. And so it's something that we would want communicated, that if students want to excel or be pushed, this might be a good school for them as well. Next slide, Tyler. Again, really rough timeline. Easily could change, but just wanted to kind of give trustees an idea. We probably would look at bringing that magnet back sometime in the fall, because we would want a lottery next winter, with the idea of kind of looking at getting staff up and rolling and for the fall of 26 in there. But again, that may change depending on how this group feels like the school should or should not move.
Yeah.
I think the last is questions that you may have or thoughts.
Trustee Benz?
Yeah, so if we go back to the beginning where it talks about creating a feeder, right? So we, the very second slide, so not the title slide, but the second slide, the recap, areas of need, no clear plan, no feeder system to the high school. If we create this magnet, is Columbia going to be the STEM magnet for the secondary? And so wherever this goes, wherever this new magnet K8 is, everybody goes to Columbia, or what does that look like?
Yeah, Chair Kirkman, Trustee Benz, great question. And I think that's something that we ultimately would like to be able to answer. Right now, that would be the answer. It would feed into Columbia. But does it stay in Columbia? That could change. It could be a K-12 program at some point. But right now, our program is there. I think what we'd like to do is build a bit stronger connection. So what are the skills and knowledge that kids need to feed well into that? I think that's going to play into that steering committee. And then ultimately, if we do have a K-8 magnet school and a high school, does that need to move into a K-12 program at some point? So I think that's still yet to be decided. And that's why I'm glad I don't have to make this decision, but I'm hoping some smarter folks will and at least consider those type of things.
And then again, devil's advocate question, if we have, so looking at that list of magnets, you're right, most of them are STEM. There are like one or two arts. There's one dual language. If we find that this magnet feeder model is a good model for our district Are we looking at creating different types of magnets? Like this is a pro tech specifically focused on medical, or this is an arts magnet, or this is, where are we going with this?
Yeah, Chair Kirkman, Trustee Binns, great question. I think what you see in the educational landscape is choice is important. Parents have more choice than ever. Parents want to shop for the education they want. I think we need to evolve as a system. So to answer your question, long-term vision, I think that's something that all public schools need to start considering and doing in some way or fashion. But we probably want to start small and see if we can build this out and then ultimately make that decision. But you do see it here. Arts is a big one. We already have an arts STEM school here in the district with Idaho Arts Charter. But there could be others as well. And I think we'd have to see how this works out or doesn't work out before we can make that decision about growing it more or not.
I like this. I have one problem with it, and that is the timeline. Can you get it done by fall of this year? And the reason I say that, and this is where, I mean, public school has become competitive. I mean, with many private schools and charter schools and the latest legislature going on last season. So we need to start looking at if not from a competitive standpoint for the students.
Right.
Everything I hear on the radio and news and everything else is all about AI. Everything is focused on AI and what that looks like down the future. And I think we're in a really good position right now with this K-8, if that's kind of what we're looking at right now, to get those kids positioned when they graduate high school to be a part of that. So I just wish we could go faster. That's my only request, is to go faster. Go right, but go faster.
Sure, we appreciate that. Lot to plan, and as I mentioned here, I don't have that knowledge, but somebody's going to need to. So but yes, I think we are excited about an opportunity. This is something we haven't done in the district in a long time. At least go this direction.
Go ahead.
Your friend?
I want to echo what Jeff said. I'd like to see it sooner, but I also want to acknowledge I'm always impressed, but never surprised by this admin team being willing to look down the road and set this district up for success. What you said was brilliantly worded when it comes to acknowledging the changes that are being asked in public education. And I just think that your guys' team navigates this very well. I like that you brought the STEM conversation here. I love that you guys want it to be community led. So I just want to say good job.
With the rebounding we did last year, we try to get these schools at or near capacity to consolidate. Do we feel we have potentially a facility to start something like this in it?
Yeah, Chair Kirkman, Trustee Jennings, great question. As you know, when we did draw boundaries, that did increase the capacity, much of them up to the 75, 80%. There are still a few schools that are a little bit below that projection, though. And as we look at our enrollment, knowing that we're going to decline next year and possibly next year before we start heading up, we do think that there's an opportunity for us to have space in a building. We also have $47 million now in facilities at some point that we could, we do have Centennial that is sitting there now. In the past, we didn't have money to be able to put doors and all the upgrades we needed to make that. But we have that facility sitting there at some point. So I think this is something that committee is going to need to look at again, looking at enrollment projections and where we're at. I can say now, though, yes, I do think there is one school where we do have the ability to maybe put one in. Probably Oahe could be a possible option because they were a little bit under projections, and if they continue to drop with enrollment, they might have space right there. So just sitting here right now.
For clarification, Greenhurst wouldn't totally be offline, correct?
We have our preschool program there. Yeah, no, I don't know. That's a good question as well.
We have options.
Yeah, we have options.
We have options.
Yeah, we just have options. The point of that was we have options.
And I love that you brought up, because I hear this a lot from constituents in my zone, is they wish that there was some additional opportunity for their kids to challenge themselves, to go beyond what is provided in instruction in the classroom, which is just fine, but they want more. And so I think this is a great opportunity to meet that need and that request in our district. So yeah, run faster.
I have one question about New Horizons, and historically, have we been Has there been a waiting list every year? Have we been at capacity every year with people that wish they could have gotten in there each and every year?
Yeah, Chair Kirkman, Trustee Jennings, the answer is yes. I believe we have. Now, I think the demand has dropped a little bit from what it was, but there was a waiting list, I know, historically for years. Do you know, Mr. Knapp? Still has waiting list.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, trustees.
Great.
Thanks, Dr. Russell.
Let's see what we got here. Oh, Chair Kirkman, next, and trustees, next is a discussion around our supplemental levy, and wanted to, Tyler, again, if you could bring up our PowerPoint here, just share some information about our levy, and most of tonight will reflect on what our current levy is and how it's being used to benefit our students. The reason we're bringing this up now is we are about a year away from our levy ending. And so our current levy will expire in June of 2026. And so if the district were to consider a replacement levy, it would need to make those decisions fairly soon, because we have an election coming up November this year and then May. Those are our only two options now to be able to run a levy. So I thought it'd be good for us to have at least that discussion now as we kind of plan moving forward with it. So Tyler, if you go ahead and do our next slide here. As I mentioned, we currently have a levy right now on the books for $14.7 million. That was passed in November of 2023. Really appreciate the community for going out and supporting the schools in that way. And as I mentioned, it'll expire here on June 30th of 2026. So almost a year from now. Next slide, Tyler. Just a reminder for the board and the public as well, where the majority of those funds are going. The majority of it has to do with salaries, and that has to do with providing extra support and staff for our schools. You'll see right there, we also have supplemental salaries. That's all of our programs, our coaches, our athletics and activities, those type of programs, our salaries are on there as well. You'll see curriculum was a big chunk of that levy, which led to some of the curriculum adoptions we were able to do this year. Technology, all of our devices for our teachers and our students are on there. And then you'll see we have some activities, transportation, playgrounds. We did put a little on this last levy for extra security for our schools, and we're able to hire those. And I think there's one still coming, if I remember right. We have a little bit around early childhood. Maintenance was a big one as well. And that was prior for us getting our House Bill 521 monies. And so maintenance was on this. And then the last one was our athletic fields and tracks updates on those. And so when you look at the dollar amount, great value that the district was able to get out of all of those. We'll share a little bit how those impacted our students in a moment. Next slide, Tyler. This is an important one just to share, because I think it shows the historical look at how levies have impacted taxes. You'll see the blue is the Nampa School District, and then I think the yellow has to do with city, and the gray is county. But the tax burden that the district has had on the community has dropped significantly since 2017. You look, it was $4.48 per $1,000 taxable value. Right now, based on the money that we are anticipating receiving from the state, remember the state had done some legislation that has allowed for there to be a tax relief, and some of that money has to be earmarked for paying off bonds first and then levies second. We anticipate a potential about 65 cents per $1,000 of taxable value if a levy were to be run next go around. Just try to predict on where we would, based on the money we would receive there. But point being, obviously understand taxes, property taxes are very difficult, and districts trying to do its best to keep that within reason. This is our 292, what I just spoke about, the legislation that they passed a couple years ago. This past year, we received $6.5 million that helped pay off our bond debt. So we no longer have bond debt. That means all of the money that we do receive from the state now can be used for a supplemental levy, which helps lower that overall tax burden, which is really important for us to, and really beneficial when we look at our next levy. So if you see that bottom line is probably the key. We asked for $14.78 million because we received money from the state. The tax burden is not 14.78 million. It's actually less, and that's what we anticipate next year is getting about 5.5 million of our 292 money, which ultimately, if we were to keep the same dollar amount at some point, would lower that to really the levies about 9.8 million. So it has helped. Great legislation that's been really beneficial. Appreciative of that. Next slide. Just kind of, again, another way of sharing that, this just shares currently what our levy was. Again, the $14.7 million ask. We received $5.4 million from the state. That dropped our supplemental down to $9.3 million. And then you look, we no longer have a bond payment, the tort payment. And then ultimately, that's where we feel like our tax burden would be. Next slide, Tyler. So one of the things I really wanted to communicate tonight was just how this levy does support our school district. I think that's really critical. Us, like many school districts around the state, are dependent upon these. They are misleading because they are not supplemental. They are critical to the operations of the district. We have 45 staff salaries that would be equate to that. You'll see we're able to adopt our elementary and secondary curriculums, our technology, as I mentioned. We have 300 plus families that are benefiting from early childhood education because of our levy, which is great. You'll see the upgrades that we're able to make to our activities, upgrading equipment, uniforms, field trips, sports, busing, our elementary music and art funding was all part of our levy. Able to expand a couple of SROs into our elementary schools, which was great to be able to do that. Maintaining our playgrounds, we're able to use some of those monies there. And then, as we mentioned, the remodeling that we had over for our Gateways program over at Snake River, that money came from our levy as well. And again, a great success as you went to the graduation. If you saw it over there, it was awesome. And it's so nice to have them in a great building. And then lastly is our updates to our track and our football fields and soccer and band and that we were able to put into this levy, which historically we have tried to put something in for each of our athletics or activities every year to try to allow our students to be able to have the opportunity to be able to compete and be similar to other communities that they compete up against with that. So a lot of benefit that we receive from our levy. So kind of looking ahead, as I mentioned, we would likely need a renewal for the next 2 years to maintain the current programs, or at least all those benefits. We anticipate there being a rise in inflation, and that's curriculum is the best example that I could probably give for that. That $2 million for curriculum just does not go as far as it did 2, 3, 4 years ago. Curriculum costs continue to rise at a skyrocketing pace. We also have this issue that the state did around mandating minimums for school districts to pay salaries. And so when the state mandated these minimums, that put a major strain on our budget, which is what we hear tonight around why are we struggling with some of our supports and programs in our schools is because the state has required us to pay certain minimums. And for us to meet those, they don't pay for all of our teachers. Just simply, we have more teachers than what the state gives us money for, and yet we have to pay a minimum salary. So we got to make that difference up. And that's going to put a major strain on our budget. And one way we could alleviate that possibly could be through considering money in our levy to help support that gap between what the state gives us and then what we actually hire.
And those career minimums, they go into effect July 1st, correct?
They do. Right there, again, 292 money we said is a great thing for us. Again, if we consider a levy at some point, $5.5 million could be used towards it. And whatever number that we end up ultimately coming to, take $5.5 million off of that, and that would be the ultimate tax burden to the community. And then ultimately, we want to keep our class sizes small, and we want to keep the supports we have in our schools. We see benefits from that. And I'll share a little bit later in the superintendent's report, but I think our reading scores are an example of that. We have one of some of the highest reading scores we've ever had in the district right now. I think that's a testament to some of the extra supports we put in schools around behavior and keeping our class sizes small. And so the levy allows us to be able to do that. Questions, discussions, thoughts?
I have a question. just because I'm trying to wrap my head around this. So if we go back to the slide that talks about the House Bill 292, and it says for 2026, we anticipate receiving the 5.5 million, right? And so what is the number that would be part of the levy? Is it the 14.78? And then if that passes and we get the 5.5, then 5.5 goes back into the voters and we're really only 9.82? Or are we only asking for 9.82 because we anticipate the 5.5? What's the number?
Yeah, Chair Kirkman, Trustee Benz, great question. We would ask if we were to stay the same, again, and we don't know what the 26, and that's what the trustees will.
This is the levy that we already passed.
Yeah, if we were to stay
So
the same.
you're looking at the
status
levy
quo,
that
This is our
already
number.
passed. This
Yep.
was the levy.
we would
that,
ask
Jeff
14.78
and I
million.
and-
Okay.
And then we
Mandy.
will always get the 5.5 million. That's
Okay.
going to come to us no matter what.
Yep.
So the idea was, because of that law, says the first thing you have to do is pay off your bonds. We have no debt now.
Mhm.
So the second thing we have to do is pay off the levy, so that money would be used to lower that ultimate tax burden. But we still would be asking for the 14.78, but only having a tax burden to the community of 9.82.
Okay, so the voter would see the 14.78 million as the levy total.
Yes.
But in reality, because we're getting this other funding to supplement it, they would really only feel the impact of the 9.82. So the 9.82 would not be on the ballot, but that's in reality what.
Perfectly stated and extremely confusing, but yes.
No, it was really, yeah. It's only confusing because of how it has to appear on the ballot, but you got it 100% right. And we took a lot of time to explain that to the community two years,
Mhm.
2 years ago.
Yeah,
The
it
time
is.
that flies.
It is confusing and there's a lot of numbers in there. And Greg, this is one of the most exciting presentations you've ever given as far as tax, but it's the most important, I think. It is so important for people to understand this.
Well,
The taxes and the levies and the money and where it's spent and all that. And I just want to address somebody in the audience. I think Miss Brindley, you're still here, right? This is my response in that email that I was talking about with the levies, because you had brought up about the money for the turfs. So this is where it came from. This is and Dr. Russell explained it a lot better than I did. Any other questions, Dr. Russell? Thank you. Go right on.
But I want to say an exciting thing. So if you look at the graph
That's right,
with the different amounts per $1,000 worth of taxation,
Yeah.
We are like one of the lowest taxation.
It's pretty
rates. Yeah,
incredible, actually, when you look at
We
all the
talked about that a
levies
lot too,
around.
yeah.
65 cents per thousand. I think that's pretty reasonable for fully functioning schools.
No, we've really taken that into consideration and done a very good job at not being a burden to our community.
Great.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yep, Chair Kirkman, trustees, next on our agenda is a transportation update. I'm going to have Mr. Stoffer come and just give a quick verbal, and happy to answer any questions if you have.
Chair Kirkman, Board of Trustees, just wanted to give you a quick update, doing a little bit of backwards by design. July 21st, that board meeting, it is our plan to provide you a listing of all the new bus routes for this upcoming year. Again, just recognizing some of the fast turnaround that we had last year and avoiding that and being very proactive. Just wanted to let you know that that's our target date for having everything to you to review and approve at that time. Again, we do have a shorter window this summer to do it, but that is our goal. A couple of those things that will take place through that process. By the end of June, we will have all the routes to our partners and for students. They will have bus drivers that will go and drive those multiple times to look at any potential adjustments that need to be done. There'll be collaboration between the two. We'll make those adjustments. And then we will take about a week to make sure all those adjust, revisit them back to our partners to make sure that they are what they intended them to be. And so we'll have a couple of iterations that we'll be working through. Again, our goal is to have those to you by July 21st. And then there's lots more communication and components that will be coming out to help parents, again, get back on the app so that they can be watching for those buses and so forth. And we'll be publishing those shortly after the board approves them. So again, much more in advance than what we were allocated last year just due to the circumstances. But just wanted to give you that update. We're already forward thinking. A lot of other moving parts are going into that as well.
Couple of quick questions. One, I remember when all the bus routes and schedules were published in the newspaper. Do we still do that at all?
Chair Kirkman, no,
I
we
know
don't.
nobody reads the newspaper, but I was just wondering if that's.
And I think that's part of the issue is our distribution is not as wide as it used to be. It's all electronic now. And so that also the cost for that would be incredible.
Well, maybe they could. Anyways,
there are some other things that we could do for that because most of those.
That is so true. That cost would be
the cost
massive.
is
It's
massive.
crazy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Massive.
truly, it is. It's
So the
crazy.
second question is, how's the technology and everything? Is that going to be, sorry, Tyler, I'm away from my mic. Is the technology and all that stuff that's going to be in the buses, the apps, all that going to be up and running 100% for all the routes?
Yeah, Chair Kirkman, right now we currently have the bus app for parents where they can see and put in their geofences. That is up and functioning for all the buses. That will continue to cycle through. We have the RFID that we did all of the exploratory with elementaries that's been up and functioning. We'll be moving that towards our secondaries next year. We did visit with our secondaries, and that time frame for that rollout is in September. They wanted to make sure just a couple of things because it will be putting part of their ID card. And so there were some components that we met with our leaders on. So September for secondaries will roll out. For elementaries, we'll be ready to roll out day one.
So getting the RFIDs printed on the cards is pretty much the biggest.
Yep.
Okay.
And then additional ones, as the board approved last board meeting, would be working with our security systems, the Wi-Fi components that will be on ongoing installation that we'll be working on. That will give us more on-demand access to be able to improve and help the safety and security of our bus riders. All of those things are scheduled and online at this point in time. The good news is most of them are all up. And we just need the components are really just fine tuning and getting the information out to our parents in a timely manner. And so that's why, again, we're just letting you know that that is our plan. The dates are going to be well in advance. There won't be these initial surprises. Again, our time frame last year was a little bit different, not excusing the components, but we have learned and we'll be way ahead of that piece.
Okay.
But more to come, and I'm sure there'll be lots more questions, but we just wanted to make sure you had that update.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Yeah, you might as well just camp out there for a minute.
No.
I want to see that though.
I could do Randy's. You want to see
Oh.
this?
Yeah.
We're okay. I can do Randy's.
My fear was the thumb up and not to the side.
Yeah, not this way.
Not this way.
We're okay.
You stole us under. All right, Dr. Russell.
Yeah, Chair Kirkman, trustees, our finance report.
Facilities.
Oh,
Facilities.
Facilities. Chair Kirkman, Board of Trustees, hopefully one of the things that we've had some focuses on that you've been able to notice is maintaining and upkeeping our facilities to the maximum amount of our ability. We've gone through lots of overhauls of our systems and structures of how we have addressed our facilities. We're much more data oriented and driven. And one of I think the quick and easy things to look at is our exterior of our buildings look much better. Our grass is green. We're spending attention and time and making sure that they're weeded appropriately. They're not overgrown. They look like places that our kids and our parents are proud of putting their kids into. There's been a very concerned and very pointed effort to accomplish that. And just wanted to bring that to the board's attention. Take a look at those types of things. That does not mean that there aren't weeds in some of the flower beds and some of those things. But I think where we were in the pictures that we have done, we took aerials of our facilities 3 years ago to where they are now. They look very different. And even just from those snapshots of pictures. So just wanted to recognize our maintenance team and the work that they're putting in, the pride that they're taking and being a part of the NSD team and how our facilities are coming around and looking like we hope and expect them to.
It's a big job.
That's a very big job.
Chair Kirkman, trustees, our finance report, Mr. Dewey.
Are you sure you don't want me to do it?
Yeah, exactly.
I
He seems to
loved
be
it.
up here.
I loved it.
He's waited all this time.
I know. I did wait this whole time. And Team Nile is not near as cool. I'm telling you right now. All right. Want to go to the next one? All right, I'm going to try to be brief because I know I'm really close to you guys getting out of here. So we'll try to go from there. As far as the current budget, we are on track. I've done some more stuff right on that. Yep. We are within about $200,000 with our budget within our world. I mean, if you think about a $160 million budget, a 1.1% variance is $1.6 million. To be even less than 1% variance right now, we're doing really well. So I think at this point in time, I have no concerns with the current budget. Numbers are coming in good. Obviously, I won't know my final numbers for operations because they don't give that to me until July, which is great. So your fiscal year is already done until they finally finish your revenue forecast, which is great. But as far as I know, we're actually pretty good. We have obviously some that are high, some are low, and that kind of stuff. And we're waiting on some of the final transportation bills. Things are getting up to speed. We're just trying to get used to that kind of stuff. And next year will be we're a lot stronger on what we're doing with that one. So we should be good there. Go to the next one. Oh, that came out kind of ugly. So I apologize for that. All right. So one of the things we are still expecting a decline in enrollment. We do believe we're having at least a loss of about 170 students. I think this year we had 450 student loss, which the fact that we had that big of a loss and we basically came in 2 units higher than what we had actually budgeted was actually pretty good, guys. So we are getting pretty good about this. We don't like it, but we wish we could change that, but we can only make so many people live here that have kids. So we do not know what the new voucher bill is going to do to us yet. Hopefully it will kind of, not hit us right away. But that is one that we won't know for a few years until they really start ratcheting it up and people start getting ready for it and stuff. The frustration we have this year as well is that the state only really provided us some increase in funding for salaries and health insurance. So they assume we have no other increases whatsoever. And when we go into having less kids, which means less money, but nothing really changes much around in our operational side, it does make it a little difficult to do budgeting. So it makes it fun this year. They did give 5% on the base of the career ladder, administrative and classified. Well, that's a great thing. We do like to try to pay our people as much as we can and try to keep them around. And but we did not get any other special funding. If anything, a lot of our revenues are all based on enrollment and teacher numbers. And when everything drops, we get less money that way. So it kind of, we kind of try to right the ship as best we can. And you guys talked to Niall earlier, and the federal grants have small reductions in different areas. I do believe there's future risk to that. I think we just kind of got lucky this year that it was too quick in the situations, but I think there is future risk with some of the grants that we have. And we'll see what's happening at the federal level before we can really go through that. And, hopefully by next year, we'll have a little bit better understanding of what's really happening. So go to the next one. All right. So some of our challenges. I mean, one of the greatest things our legislature has done is they've really put a lot of money into the quote career ladder. And it has brought, it brought Idaho into, I think we're like 27th, 28th in average salary for our teachers, which is crazy because we're still 50th in funding per child. I think the other day said 51st. So you put those two together and guess which one isn't getting funded very well? Mm-hmm. Operations, facilities, they make this big, great thing that they gave us $1 billion in for facilities this year when we got 50 million of it. So that's not even enough to do a new building. So just kind of put that in perspective. They're trying, but the frustration we had here is that what they basically did, they added you guys have heard about it, the 6359. We talked about it ad nauseum earlier. But now they basically put that as part of the career ladder, and that has now become a minimum for the 3 main levels: the residential 1, P1, and AP1. Back in the day when I first started, you only had a minimum, which was the PR1, basically, and that was the only one we had. P1 came in a couple of years ago. Our salary grid was fine. And then once this AP1 came through, it actually it created a big problem for us. And what it really does is it shows our big hole in our salary grid that we currently have doesn't necessarily align well with the career ladder. They've always actually said, the career ladder is just a funding mechanism, but you can do whatever you want. The problem is that when we did whatever we wanted for the 12 years I've been here, and they fund us a different way. And now they're kind of mandating that funding. And then it now creates some categories of where we need to then step up in different areas, which it helps a lot of people. There's a lot of people that within this realm is going to, you know, because of these minimums are going to get some pretty good increases. But unfortunately for a lot of our top end, it's not going to go as well, at least at this point, because the money we have has to go towards there. Obviously that's all negotiated. So there's not much, you know, anymore we can actually say on that one, but we're working through it right now. And I think everybody's pretty open to understanding what's going on. So it'll be interesting to kind of work through that. The one thing I will kind of respond on this is the supplemental levy, which you guys talked about. We only had $3.3 million. When we first did that, it was $3.9 million. We got down to 600 grand because our whole goal was to not have any salaries on that. The problem was when you're competing against everybody else in the area has supplemental levies, and they actually use their supplemental levies to go and put that in the salary grid. And we're trying to compete against those to hire our people. We kind of have to follow suit. The other side of that, we also use that to lower class sizes to do some additional. So when that's a fixed number and prices go up, the only one that I can pick that up is the general fund, right? So it's kind of what we're finding in this world. The same thing happens we're going to lose $100,000 this next year for our special ed. The special ed numbers are based on our enrollment. They have very little to do. Enrollment free reduced has nothing to do with how many special ed kids we have. So it makes no sense. And I tried to start working on that. And apparently it's federal law. So we need to try to fix it in the federal law. So we'll see how well that works out for us in the future. But we get more kids as a percentage of our population, and it costs us more. It's definitely something that's is starting to tax our services here for sure. Go to the next one. All right. So what we're going to do right now, so we're going to flow through the administrative classified. That's the plan on that one to give what the legislative increase on that. So we're doing that. Health insurance costs did go up from $13,000 per employee to $14,10. The beauty of being on the state plan, that I will remind you, is that the state plan is what the legislatures use themselves. One, they don't like to have any more increases to themselves that anybody else has. And two, our matrix of what we get in our operations for insurance is based on the state plan. So like last year when it went down to 13,000, there was a reduction in the revenue. Well, all these other people that were on their own insurance that saw an increase, which we were seeing a 10% increase every year, they had a reduction in funding and an increase of cost. We now have an increase of funding and an increase of cost. Now, remember, we don't get enough from the state. So when I anticipate the total cost of all funds is about 1.5 million for that increase, we're only receiving about 1.2 with the new funding from the state. So that's kind of, so those are the type of things we're wrestling with this year, is where do we find the extra money and how many things can we actually do? And the one thing I need to stress is we did not receive any additional discretionary funding. And that makes it even worse when we're going down approximately 10 units. So just that alone at, 10 units at the $40,000 a unit, that's, it's 400 grand right there. So it's definitely a fun adventure this year. Let's go to the next one. This is basically wanting to show you guys where we have been for discretionary for the year. In 17-18, I mean, we increased one little spot, which was last year for 23-24 we did. But other than that, you see those years where they hardly gave us anything. The frustration with that, as you guys know, and it's not just inflation, but everything in the area has gone up. I mean, every single one of our, so we have to argue and fight like mad just to keep our software costs down to at least a 5 to 7% increase. I mean, those are the most frustration things. And yes, the legislator has put more money into state, into our schools, but it's basically all been directed to salary. And so, which is a good thing. Again, I don't deny having to give that, but unfortunately, I think they're missing out on what really makes a district run as well. And operationally, if we can't do these things, it makes it really hard for us to do these things. So that just wanted to give you help, understanding of where our numbers have been. I'm going to go to the next one. All right. So here's some of those additional. I say 3.5, 3 to 5% here. I'm trying to be nice. ABM, we did get a 3%, but that they try to keep that down as low as possible. So that actually has worked out pretty good for us. A liability insurance, we get an increase. Our utilities, the biggest one we actually have seen is our sewer, water, and trash has been 65% increase. When you're spending 250 grand, and then now it's 350 grand. That's a lot of money. I mean, it's 100 grand, and that's just one of those that was one of our smallest, and now is getting pretty big. So those are the things that we're dealing with on with that, and we knew it was coming. I mean, we couldn't get the bonding and stuff. The city couldn't get it, and so they have to put the infrastructure in. And unfortunately, we have some pretty big buildings that require sewer and water and trash. So, and phone increases and some of the stuff we've had to do for backup and some double up and that kind of thing have started to cost us a little more. And the worry I have with that is the federal government is actually starting to really focus on a lot of things with E-rate, which is really how we upgrade a lot of our equipment. And it also is with some of the stuff we did today, and the approval today was all based on E-rate funding. And so most of our recabling, most of our equipment and our stuff is all E-rate funding, and we get 80% of our product paid for. So when we have to start doing it ourselves, and then almost all of our broadband, a lot of that is paid for at 80%, and then we get some additional money from the state as well. So if that were to get cut quite a bit, that's going to really hamper what we can do in our technology world. So, and where we are so heavily dependent on technology, that's worry me a lot, actually. Transportation, the beauty is they did increase it a little bit because back when the recession hit in 2000, was it 7, 8? They did this. They basically took money out of the transportation funding, $7.5 million, and moved it over to discretionary. And ever since, we've basically been cut $7.5 million in transportation every year. But they gave that back into the hole, and that to us, if nothing changes around us, it's about $400,000, 350, 400 grand for us, which will help us with any increases that we might have for transportation next year with our contract and what we can do there. So I just want to warn you, I did turn it into the paper today, and it's not balanced at this point in time. I just required to turn it in to the paper early to then get it before the 10 days. So we still are working on it, still trying to refine that stuff. So but we are not balanced, which really hurts me because I really like to have revenues equal expenses. But we will be able to tell you exactly where that is and why it happened the way it is right now. So we're getting there. It's just a matter of really trying to get.
So Randy, first of all, you're not getting a standing ovation from Trustee Taylor.
I know. She's bored already. So.
The second,
I just can't sit.
Yeah, where are we at on as far as what you know right now? When you say don't anticipate requesting a balanced budget for next year, that gets me worried. So where are we at right now from what you know?
So right now,
what's the difference between expenses and?
So right now, what I'm looking at is about $2 million. But now, granted, that's assuming that we have nothing from this year to go and help that with a carry forward as well. And usually we have about $5, $6 to $1 million in there. So we're looking at $1 million we're looking at, which will still be fine with our reserves. We're not, if it does go below what our 5% requirement is, it's not going to go much below that. So.
Chair Kirkman, can I add to that again?
Please do.
And part of that is because of those state minimums.
Yep.
Because we have to now by law pay a minimum salary, the revenue that we receive from the state does not match the expenditure that the state is expecting us to pay.
So
simple as that.
So are we now dipping into our reserves in order?
We are
we don't
this
know
year.
That. We don't know where.
Yeah, the plan is to dip a little bit.
We're going to have to
figure out. Yeah.
Chair Kirkman, trustees, yes, we will have to dip into our savings to make that balance. So we don't anticipate it being balanced as far as revenue and expenditures matching, but we do have a savings that will allow us to balance that. Now the issue is how do we continue to fund going forward? Because budgeting by savings is not quality.
Which is where the discussion with the levy comes up, because we're in the middle of the levy right now. So we need to dip into savings for one more year.
Yep. Well, we haven't had to dip into savings hardly at all.
Yeah.
There's been 1 year where we've had to dip in. And even the last time I asked for it, we ended up not having to dip in it at all. So it's one of those things I really try not to do. The biggest thing that I think that really hurt us this year as well is that not having any discretionary funding. I mean, just those things alone, when I start to add it up and the additional increase in insurance that's costing us, that's almost $800,000 or $900,000 in itself that we had nowhere else to cover.
And I think that what happens though, too, you have to remember, we also stepped off COVID funding. which is
Sure.
a feat in itself. So
Yep.
I also think that we have to remember that even though this sounds dire, if you're viewing it through the lens of like this is all you're hearing, I still think that we do a good job of balancing ourselves out. I guess I don't know another way to
No,
put
I
that.
think that last bullet point, if anybody is watching this
Yeah.
or will watch this, that's going to be a concern. So I
Yeah.
just wanted to
Mhm.
make sure that we know. And then the reason
Yeah.
why is not that we
Yeah.
don't have a
We have-
budget that's gone off the
Yeah.
rails.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's simply because we have some unfunded mandates from the state
Yeah.
go into effect July 1st. We don't have a levy or anything to pay for that
Correct.
because it's
Correct.
unfunded. Therefore, we have to dip into savings. Thank goodness we have
Have it.
that.
We,
that
that's exactly
reserve.
what it's for. Yeah.
And that's just good financial management.
Yes.
It really is.
Well, to put
But
it in
then-
perspective, some of our neighboring districts are going into like $4, $5, $6
Yeah.
Well,
million
but that's what I'm
dollars.
trying to say. that-
I'm not going to say who
You're
they are, but
making
I
that
know
up, but
who's
that's what I'm
almost
trying to
everybody's
say.
having to dip into savings in the state
Yes.
to deal with these problems of not having discretionary and the increase in mandates.
But this district looking, this staff, Greg and your staff, or Dr. Russell and your staff are looking down the road,
Yeah.
which is
Yep.
exactly what needs
Well,
to happen.
yeah.
That's why I feel very comfortable
Yep.
about.
Same.
And the reality is the hope we have is that we are one of the ones that people want to go to both in pay
Sure.
and in where we want to go. I
Make
think
that
the
happen.
4-day school week and that kind of stuff has really helped a lot of us have very little turnover compared to what I was used to, the 10 to 15% now.
I
But
thought you were going to say is continued sensible.
No,
funding.
no,
I
no,
thought you were
we're-
going to say the hope we have is continued
No.
sensible funding.
No,
I
no,
really felt
no,
like
we're-
you
yeah,
got
I
that
don't-
out your mouth.
I can't make any promises on that one, but I think in the end, we will always be prepared to do that. And again, like I said, it doesn't take much for a 1% swing either way, right? And I think we've proven that we know that there's savings throughout the year. We know that there's different things. Not every position that we have to budget for might not be basically hired right away. So we have some of those things that basically come through. So in the end, we have to budget for high. We have to budget for the worst. But we tend to make sure we're conservative in what we're doing. So at the point that I don't have to come to you and say, hey, I didn't realize we were going to be $500 to $1 million
Yeah, that
behind
wouldn't
when
be
at
good.
the end year end
Yeah, no,
audit
okay.
comes.
For
I rather
everybody.
don't have that conversation.
My favorite was that you started this presentation with a thumbs up and ended it with don't anticipate requesting. a
Yeah,
vote.
yeah. It's
Yeah.
just, I got
Oh, no, I
whiplash.
started it with I'm better than Niall. That's
Oh,
what
yeah.
I started. Yes.
Yeah, got it. And my favorite is how you laughed at that.
Well, he did put on my Facebook page.
Chair Kirkman, if I could just add
Yes.
one other financial thing to consider. As you mentioned, the levy is going to be a really important discussion as we determine how we're going to go forward. But we're also going to have to replenish our savings because if you don't have a savings, when
Yeah.
these type of things come from the state, you're in trouble. And so we're going to have to figure out how we're going to move forward and meet those requirements, but then also replenish what we
Yeah.
just took. So that's going to
Again,
be another challenge.
yep, and that's just good financial management.
Well,
too.
and I will say, I mean, just the information that you guys did today by allowing us to get rid of some of the older buildings that do cost us money and time and effort. Those are the things like, because we are reducing. I mean,
Yeah.
even if we fix those buildings up, we have no real use for it.
Right.
What we could do
Right.
with it.
And so we would spend millions of dollars for what?
Correct.
We obviously know
They
we're
look
shrinking as a
nice.
district,
Yep.
but we don't have a need for them. And so
Correct.
those are the things that
And we don't even
are
really have an
good.
anticipatory. need for
Correct.
them.
Those are
Yeah.
the things we actually is a good fiscal management for us. And as we continue to go down this path, then those are the big decisions that we'll make to make sure we're solid.
That's a good point though about replenishing the reserve. Okay,
Okay. Anything else?
was that it?
I think that's it.
Yeah, that's how he ended his.
I don't think
presentation. All of that. And
Oh,
Oh
there
gosh,
were
I
two
did.
more
Sorry, I got one
slides.
more. So you guys do remember the additional carry forward we have. We do still have some some principles on that, the VPPs and stuff like that we're looking at. And so that's one more year of that. And then after that, that's another thing that's coming up to say, is this something important to us? Is this something that's working? And then we will realign next year to see what we'll do that at that time.
Any funding that's left over from a levy, can that be carried over or is it state law that you have
So
to?
there's two answers to that. The levy this year and going forward, there's actually a state law that says once you do it and you tell the patrons what you have, you are required to spend it on that, and you
Sure.
can only spend it differently if you go back to the patrons and ask.
So if we have extra, we have
Yes.
to go back
So
and-
prior to that, with our district, we have always made the commitment that we will always spend on exactly what we have. We actually even get an audit of those to say, and we get an extra audit that says you have spent it on that. We have done that on purpose because there was a lot of distrust with us when we went down in the financial crisis. So we do have levy funds left over from many years, but we track those very heavily in a separate fund to make sure that we know exactly where everything's going.
Great, thank you.
And I think that is it now, right? Oh, facilities. Gosh, I'm trying to get out of here, I promise. Yeah, and he covered this one, so Courtney can be here. But the one thing I will remind you of, we have no lottery funds anymore, so we do have to rely on the maintenance funds to be able to do that. We do, because we got it so late, we only ended up with about 1.2 is what we're getting. We did get some great rates from Mountain America. So we are getting better rates from them as we did with the others, and it's just going up with some of the new stuff that's happening in finance right now. So, and then as you guys know, there might be some use of those funds for the new bus barn and stuff like that you guys approved today. But reality is we ended up with an additional $4 million we didn't even know we were going to get because of some of the premium stuff weren't going to primarily give us. So I think that actually helps us stay within our original plan that we had months ago, that we're only really we're planning on that and not spend any of that original money. So I think we can still do some stuff with this money and get a lot of good things done and not worry about our original plan of still having money available for maintenance.
Have we finally received all those funds?
We have.
Okay.
Yep. So all that money is in the bank now, and $49 million is sitting there waiting and just gaining interest so we can use that money in the future. Okay, now I'm done.
Yep. No, thank you, Mr. Dewey.
Thanks.
Appreciate that. Okay, we'll move on.
Yeah. Enrollment.
Yep. Chair Kirkman, trustees, before you is the enrollment report. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
No, pretty standard. Trustees? All right.
Chair Kirkman, trustees, last agenda item for information is superintendent's report. Just wanted to cover a couple of real quick things. First of all, we have mostly completed our Idaho reading indicator, which is our K-3 reading assessment. We are at 69%. The state of Idaho is at 70%. 69 is the highest we've ever had on this current test. We went back and looked at historical data, and 69%, I think we scored, we tied it. It's back in 2010 or 9 or something like that. However, we do believe that there's a chance we could hit 70, maybe. We still have a few more kids coming in, and then we do have to do some data cleaning. Maybe we could get to 68, but point being, our schools have done incredibly well. And we're extremely proud of the work of our students and our teachers and all the our administrators and our support staff, our custodians, our nutrition services, all of that as a team to allow kids to learn. And our kids have learned this year, and I'm just really, really proud of that. So I wanted to share that.
That's awesome. In a year that was loaded with change. I mean, and not just little changes, but monumental changes. So kudos to
just where the district's been the last 3 or 4 years. To move to where we're achieving at a level that we haven't achieved historically is really incredible.
To continue that. It's just awesome.
It's really cool.
Good to hear.
Second bullet point, we did wrap up our ISAT tests. Our ISAT tests had some positives and some negatives with it. We saw some growth in some areas. We saw a little bit of decline in other areas. Some really proud things we're happy to see, some disappointments in some areas. When you look at the last 2 years, though, we have had really good growth in that as well. 7, 8, 9 point growth in a lot of grade levels. And so we're again seeing our 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 11th graders performing and increasing their performance on that. We still got a lot of work to go, though. I'd like to see those scores be higher. I think they can be higher. But a lot of kudos to our staff and, again, our principals and our support staff and all the team for putting in that effort. We did hear that there was a lot of pressure, for our schools to do well, and don't want folks to feel pressured. But I do have an expectation that our kids achieve. I think that's why we come to school every day, is we want our kids to achieve. And I think a lot of our teachers want our kids to achieve as well. We can argue until we're blue in the face whether a standardized assessment's the best way to do that. I don't believe it is, but it is one of the measurements. So we do want to continue to improve in that. The last thing I'm going to have Mr. Stoffer come share has to do with board docs. We did indicate that board docs was sold out in the tech world, and we do have some information about what that future might hold. Shocking, the cost is going to go up.
Good grief. We have to end with this. I
Chair
like the
Kirkman,
positive stuff about the increase in
I
test
will
scores.
make sure that we bring that up before we finish this piece. Again, unfortunately, as we mentioned over the last couple of months in preparation for the changeover of board docs, we wanted to make sure that we brought some information just to make you aware of. The board docs expires June 30th. That's when it goes offline. And so we'll need to have something as a replacement before then. I went out and was able to find a couple of organizations and that we felt that met some of the needs that we have for our software. Now, there's a couple of things that are good news out of this. The good news is all the new technology. Board docs was a very old technology. All of the newer platforms are much more robust, much more user-friendly, and also they're supported much more easily on our mobile devices. So iPads and iPhones, they're a lot easier to use. There's also a ton of features that are out there that are a lot of bells and whistles. That some of those bells and whistles I don't necessarily believe that we need to use or that we have use of. So with that, I have a brief presentation I'll go through, and then I'm open to any questions at that point in time. But I'll provide you with some of our thoughts on that. There is no action item for this because it is not above our threshold, but we did want to make sure you had some input on it today in this meeting. So the first one that we have is Tyler's going to put up on the screen. Diligent Community is the replacement of board docs. This is, so if we left everything as is, everything would migrate over to this Diligent Community. One of the things that I am not, well, first off, I'll let you know the pricing because that's really the big sticker shock. We were paying $3,000 a year. These are all the new prices. So at the minimum package is $9,000. There are some things that, again, in that package, we use now that we would need to have, and that would be package B, which is the policy publisher. The first package does not have any of the policies in there. We would have to figure out a way on our own how to manage our policies. Not a smart idea, in my opinion. We need to make sure that we have a policies package as part of any of our software platforms.
Well, and it's not that big of a jump for something you're already saying we can't do. Yeah. I mean, you'd probably spend man hour. Yeah.
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 I mean, to really
Yeah.
recreate
So
all this.
shouldn't even be there.
But
go ahead.
The other component.
No, it's for comparison.
It is for comparison.
I mean, but that's just the problem is you can't even choose it.
Yeah. And then the other component that we have with as we have decided to live stream these activities, in order to do it through this platform, you would have to go to the top package. Now, there are some bells and whistles that we don't currently have that would be added to it. And one of those neat features would be as we go through our agenda item in our live broadcast, when it's finished, it would actually have markers of when you would click on an agenda item, it would take you to that item in the live publication or the recorded publication. So some neat features.
But for point of clarification, we live stream through Board Docs now.
It's attached to it. We do it through YouTube.
We live stream. That's what I thought. So, but it's attached to the live stream, is what you're saying.
And this component would be live. It would attach to it so that it would have those marker points.
Like a YouTube video, and you're looking at it, you're like, oh, I want
So I would like to go to agenda item B, and it would take you right to it into the YouTube publication.
But we can still live stream without
Yes.
it. Okay.
That's convenient feature.
It's convenience.
but-
That's why I'm saying these are convenience things. It's just some of those things that they're adding to increase those prices.
Well, sure. They're
In this
out making
package, the package we would need to be with was B. That would be if this was the selection. Now, next slide, I did some pros and cons for each one of them. One of the challenges that I've given you the pros already, and that's for Diligent Community. The cons for this one, obviously, is the cost. The cost is high. You're going to see cons on all three that I have looked through. Cost is up on all of them. The challenge I've had with Diligent Community is they have not reached out, even though they're one that they would be taking over. We have done emails, phone calls. I've set up Teams meetings. They have not attended those, or they've canceled them with no replacements. I have had a very difficult time getting anything from customer service other than their pricing sheet. That was all that they sent me.
Still have not met with them in any shape or form.
Where do I own that company that somebody just sends me 18 grand and I don't have to respond?
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah,
Yeah, it
I
would
mean, I
be,
just
it would be
don't get
great.
it.
So I'm not really happy with this one. We've done is I've gathered information. I have the brochures. I've looked through it. I've tried to find some demos. They canceled the demo meeting. So really this one it is the one that if we do nothing, we would move over to. I would not recommend
And that's
us
what
doing
they're
that.
betting on. That's why.
Yeah, that's why they're betting on. So this is not one I am highly favorable of. The next one is called Simbly. Simbly has different modules, and we did have some good meetings with them. They have different modules that you can select from. So it's more like a smorgasbord. You have the meetings, which is the current component that we're more accustomed to. Obviously, some more bells and whistles to it. Policies is a separate one that you would add to it. So that's the $4,100. I put those two in green because those are the two that we really need.
Yeah.
The rest of them we really don't need, but they are ones that are offered because other school districts utilize them and like them and want them. And so there's offerings out there, but Simbly does do it as a package. You can pick your package and build your own price point.
So 200 more with the one-time setup fee for the data.
Correct.
What is the documents feature?
The documents feature is basically it's a housing feature that has any internal documents that you would move through. So note-taking components would be in there. If you have different groups that you wanted to run and maintain the documents through it,
But you're
has a
talking like
feature for that.
for the board to use, right?
Board,
Right?
district,
Okay.
it could be across the district for this as well. It would be a very systematic change if we went to those type of things.
So we already have these.
We already have it. We don't need any replacements
Yeah,
there.
I just was asking because it's like right now our meetings house our documents, and so I was just curious.
And that would continue
What
in
the
meetings. This is
difference-
above and beyond. It's more at a district level,
Okay.
and how you would utilize this as across the district, not just a board. And again, that's why I'm not putting those as recommended pieces.
They're
that we
moving
do.
it.
Just the green piece.
They want to
Just
move
the
into a
green.
micro 365 type of a thing.
Correct.
Yeah,
I just
you
want
don't
to
want to.
give you what they
You
have
don't need
put
it.
out there.
Okay.
There are options to select. I don't think you need to worry about any of the planning, evaluations, communications, or documents. We have those covered in systems in place. There would be redundancies and a complete rehaul of how some business is done.
Yeah, there's
Mr. Stafford,
Thank you.
can I add, or Chair Kirkman, Simbly is also used by ISBA.
I'm getting to that.
Okay.
next.
Is
Yeah,
it
I'll
also
get
on
you.
my
Yep.
filter policy update?
Yep, if you will let me get to that one, it's on my pros. So again, that's the
Steal
price
it.
tag. The next one, pros. Again, technology upgrade, device friendly, ISBA sponsored. With that, we also would get the first 3 months for free from this program. One of the cool features that Clerk Lamont was referencing is that any of the draft board policies that the ISBA does have are automatically loaded into this. So it would allow us in that policy module, if we selected the policy module, it would allow us to do some work and that we aren't currently able to do. It would be an enhancement to what we currently do. Some really good features inside of that. Also, one thing I do think is a pro about this, it is stable pricing. They've only had one pricing increase in the last 15 years. Again, higher dollars, but it is pretty stable. It was developed and built by the Georgia State School Board in their association. And so they still manage it. It's still through them, and it's been built specifically for schools. It's currently used by several local school boards here in the Valley as well. So it's not an unknown. I do like also their customer service was very open and accessible. Their staff is dedicated to this, and they will have representatives assigned to us as part of the agreement.
Well, and that's important too for your data migration.
It
So
is.
if you liked working with them and okay.
And they're also the quickest turnaround. So for data migration, they have given us the ability to take all of our board doc information, migrate it over, would take anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks, and that's the quickest that anybody was able to do that. They've done it already. They've experienced it. So this isn't saying, hey, I can do it without not knowing. They've done several board docs to Simbly transitions in migration. So
Is there anybody in the valley that's done the board docs to Simbly?
Yes.
And
Yes.
you've reached out to them?
Yep.
And, okay.
and primarily they have a solid reputation. I think that's the good news about they're solid. I think this is the most turnkey out of all the options that I saw.
with knowledge. Again, turnkey, the other one is we just don't do anything and it goes over and we just see what happens because the data is already there. The third option we did look at, and this was actually through a local representative reached out to us. Clerk Lamont passed this on to me. I was able to work with them. It's called eScribe. eScribe is a unit that has been primarily based off for city councils. But because of the new adjustments they've got into the school board game, they do have a few years under their belt under this component, but they do still have some areas of weakness. Well, they do have some areas of strength as well. Their pricing is by far the best, and that's again they were the most aggressive in making sure that the price tags were something more palpable. I don't think any of them are real palpable. Going from 3,000, increasing it to more than 3 times is not fun. But it is the best pricing that I was able to find through this adventure.
But you only got like 3 days to sign.
Yeah, I think we can work through that. I talked about, I was presenting today and I said, we're going to need a little bit more time than that. They were comfortable with that, but I'm just giving what was in the paperwork. Yeah. I did have a conversation with them today about that as well. There's a little bit of leeway to that.
Is that the ongoing price annually or
correct?
Go up to the 16?
The ongoing is if we sign in now, that would be our ongoing price.
Yeah, but for how long?
Guaranteed 3 years.
I mean, and then we go to 16.
Everything at that point in time is.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to decide. And then how do we know if they're even in the game if that's not what they're meant to do? I'm probably more for option 2.
And I'll just show you the pros and cons with these, just so I've done justice for all of them. Again, pricing, they have a local support team, which they have been very responsive and very active in meeting what our district needs are. Again, technology upgrade is across the board. It's also one of the unique things about it's built inside of our own website. So the feel and the features of it are district based. It's not another program that you're going to. And that's what makes them unique compared to the other ones, because the other ones are sites, their own sites that they manage and maintain. We can customize and put our logos and so forth on them, but it's a completely different website that you have to go to, where this one's built inside of ours. And so it would be very much the appeal of what our district website looks like. It does have some more features. Again, I'm not necessarily a huge fan of all the features, but it does have features. The one con, which again, going back to Trustees Taylor's comments, is that the policy module is not fully complete yet. And that was a big thing for me in investigating all of these, is making sure we had the meetings and the policy modules or something that met both of those needs that we currently have. They are still building theirs. They have a Band-Aid, and that's probably the wrong word. They have a transition module that they're using right now that is there, but it is not robust and it doesn't have some of the features that it will have in 6 months. So they're still building it out because they're a newer player into the field.
So there's a lot of unknowns. Okay, Trustee Benz.
So if they say that it's going to be 6 months before the policy module is ready, probably add a little padding to that. But
for sure,
what would that? Do you have confidence that it would be robust enough to handle our policies? I mean, what do we do in the interim?
So Chair Kirkman and Trustee Benz, they do have a module that works right now where it would store everything and would have everything. It just wouldn't have the robust features that the others 2 options have. Part of that has to do with the creation and the following of the policies. We'd have to do more manual labor, which we currently do right now. The other part that is a question for me in this, again, it's not there yet. All their other components are, and they are very they're very accessible, they're very user-friendly, and they do everything they say they will do. This is just the one, again, it's still not fully completed, and it wouldn't have the features. It would be more akin to what we have right now. It's a storage place for our policies. It wouldn't have the tracking systems that the other 2 do have.
And it's $15,000 over 3 years.
So
right?
do you need some direction from us?
I was just presenting more of the information that we found.
Well, can we give you some direction then?
I would love to take any. I think there's some that
I go for option 2.
2.
It's good. It's tested. It's good to go.
linked with the state.
Yeah, I mean, and it's linked, we've stayed with ISBA this whole time. I mean, I just think
Do
it's.
they have money to pay for this? I mean, we pay how much
No.
to ISBA? We got to get something.
No, I did have some conversations with the ISBA. I talked to Misty over there. Very helpful through the whole process. They have recognized that it's a big change for a lot of districts from what we were accustomed to.
Yeah.
They did work out that there is that 3 free months, which it does help with the
Can
first
we
initial
cancel
cost.
after 3 months and start it again? to get...
I think
So
it goes
were you
with your
going-
subscription from the ISBA component. So
Were you going with option 2 as well? Is that where you were leaning?
due to our current needs and the amount of other unknowns, I think the safe bet is our option 2.
Okay, it's just your safest bet right now.
It seems like the most.
Because my fear would be that you're navigating software
that we don't know.
that we don't know, that we don't have, that isn't truly supported, and not just another thing for you to do. Okay, I'm with 2. I'm still with Jeff on 2.
Sorry.
And by the way, we had great ISAT or iStation scores. We got 69%. Going back to what
Perfect.
Dr. Russell said,
Thank you
bringing
for-
it back to that point is really important.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Anything else before we leave? All right. If not, I can't remember in this meeting. Do we adjourn or not? Okay. I mean, with a motion. We don't have to have a motion. All right. So this meeting is adjourned. Yeah. We didn't use.